Rangers' success against the Houston Astros last year was astonishing. A 17-2 season domination of their in-state and division rival. But the slate is clean with the renewal of the Lone Star Series. One big contributor of last year's Rangers rout was HOU Darvish. His near-perfect game against the Astros was one of the jewel performances in the majors. Tonight, Darvish makes his Globe Life Park debut when HOU and the Rangers welcome the Astros to Arlington. Friday Night Baseball is coming up next on TXA 21 when the Rangers and the Astros meet. It's a beautiful evening here for an early April evening at Globe Life Park. Tonight, the Rangers begin a 10-game homestand, the first of 3 here this evening against the Houston Astros. And welcome along, everyone, with Tom Grieve, Steve Busby. Delighted you could join us on this Friday night of Ranger baseball. And the start of a big homestand for the ball club, the first 3 games against the Astros. The Rangers have the Astro killer. If they have one on the staff, that would be HOU Darvish, Tom.
Well, he was dazzling against the Astros last year. He was pretty good in his first start for the Rangers. He missed his first start. He hadn't pitched in a couple of weeks, but the other day he was terrific. Last year against the Astros, he almost pitched a perfect game. The Rangers beat the Astros 17 out of 19, so to their credit, one of the games they won was against you. So he wasn't perfect, but he was pretty good.
Pretty good. The Rangers would take pretty good again from HOU Darvish. After what he did in his first outing against Tampa Bay, you can tell HOU Darvish is over whatever kind of problems he was having before, and the Rangers couldn't be happier. We'll come back to Globe Life Park, have the starting lineups and the first pitch for you right after this on TXA 21. is sponsored by your Texas Ford dealer. Visit your Texas Ford dealer today. Ford is the best in Texas. By Globe Life, the official life insurance company of the Texas Rangers. And by TXU Energy for home and business. 1-866-CALL TXU. Well, a breezy early spring evening here in North Texas. Wind coming out of the south-southeast about 15 to 18 miles an hour. That means blowing in from right center field as the Rangers are happy to get back home after a 2-4 road trip to Tampa Bay and Boston. And the first of 10 games, or first 3 of which are with these Astros. And here's Bo Porter's starting lineup for the Astros tonight. Dexter Fowler will lead things off. He is the new center fielder for the Astros. Fowler, one of the few guys off to a good start for Houston. And he's going to have his hands full with HOU Darvish. We'll get you the rest of that lineup here in just a moment. So Darvish on top of the hill. Fowler steps in hitting at .381. And I say he's one of the few guys off to a good start. This Astro club really struggling offensively. They are last in the American League with a .203 team average. They have scored a total of 32 runs in their 10 games. That is next to last. And the first pitch to Dexter Fowler is a bit high for ball one. And HOU Darvish making his second start of the season. First time out against the Tampa Bay Rays. Went 7 shutout innings. There's a strike to even things at 1-1.
Well, check out the scouting report for HOU Darvish. Sunday against the Rays, a terrific game. 7 shutout innings. Last season against Houston, he had 52 strikeouts in 35 innings. 277 strikeouts for the season. 208 career opponent's average. Second lowest in Major League Baseball. Well, the first 2 games of the season, Houston beat the Yankees 6-2 and 3-1. So 9 of their runs came in their first 2 games of the season. Looked pretty good after the 2 games against the Yankees, the first 2 games of the year.
Yeah, and it hasn't really produced since then. The 1-2 pitch to Fowler. A breaking ball just hung off the outside corner. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Didn't quite come back. It went straight down, but didn't quite come back to get the corner.
You know, Fowler with those numbers, a .409 on base percentage. So he is doing exactly what the Astros had brought him in to do for them. Lead off, play a solid center field. Slow chopper to the right side. And Fowler staying at home plate. The out is recorded at first. And home plate umpire Marty Foster having a chat with Dexter Fowler. And Bo Porter's going to come out and join the conversation. Marty Foster said no, it was not a foul ball, and Bo Porter out there to talk to him about it.
Yeah, generally, you won't see a player not run and stay there and argue if the ball didn't hit him. You generally wouldn't see that. But off the bat, it sure didn't look like a ball that hit him in the foot.
You know, Marty Foster explaining his case, and that's the kind of call that would fall in the judgment of the umpire category, meaning it's not reviewable. Now, Bo Porter can go out there and suggest to Marty Foster that he may want to check with the other members of the umpiring crew, but he's not certainly obliged to do that, so the call's going to stand the way it is.
Well, this one might tell. Let's see. Sure didn't look like it.
No, pretty tough to justify a foul, although maybe you figured, well, I'm not going to make it anyway. I might as well just hang here.
He might have felt the dirt come back and hit his foot, but you can't always tell. He's the one that knows for sure. He's the only one that knows for sure. The replay didn't seem to indicate that it hit him in the foot, though.
So the put out recorded 3-1. You happen to be scoring along with us, and with 1 away, Alex Presley, the right fielder, stands in. Presley, 192 with the average, a couple of home runs. And that's the one area where the Astros have had some success first part of the year, the long ball. There's a strike. Astros as a team have hit 14. That is good for second in the American League. 14 home runs and 32 runs don't seem to go together too well.
They're not driving in. They're not getting on base very often with a 205 average.
1-1 pitch. And 2-1 the count now. You remember the start that Darvish had in Tampa Bay, and he was around the plate all the time. He threw a lot of early strikes, and therefore his pitch count was kept very, very low. He was under 90 pitches for 7 full innings. That start, of course, on Sunday against Tampa. And he had said that was one of the focus areas that he had. There's a ground ball to the right side. Josh Wilson up with it on to first. There are 2 out. And we'll finish out the Astros lineup for you. You saw Power and Presley. And coming up now is Jason Castro, the catcher. He'll be followed by Jose Altuve, the cleanup man. Chris Carter's at DH. Mark Krause plays first. Matt Dominguez bats 7th and plays third base. The left fielder is Robbie Grossman. Jonathan Villar is the shortstop and bats 9th. So 2 ground balls, 2 outs. And Jason Castro, left-handed hitting catcher and one of the better players on the Astro team, off to a bit of a slow start at 179. First ball swinging, skies to left center field. Retreating to just shy of the warning track, Leonis Martin there. And that will do it. A 10-pitch first inning for Yu Darvish and his Ranger teammates. A half inning in the books. Astros nothing. Rangers coming up on TXA 21. Company. The Rangers coming to bat now against a familiar foe in Scott Philbin. Here's the Ron Washington generated lineup. Shin-Soo Choo leads off. He's in left field. Elvis Andrus is next. Then it's Alex Rios. Prince Fielder moves down to the cleanup spot. He plays first base. Kevin Kuzminoff in the game at third base. Mitch Moreland bats 6th. He's the DH. J.P. Arancibia is catching. Leonis Martin in center. And Josh Wilson, the second baseman, bats 9th.
Well, check out the scouting report for Scott Feldman. Off to a terrific start. An 0.66 ERA and a 1.11 opponent's batting average, second in the American League. Has not allowed an extra base hit in his first 2 starts. Only 5 hits in 13 2/3 inning. 234 opponent's batting average last season. That was 10th among Major League Baseball right-handed pitchers. He signed as a free agent. He was with the Cubs and Orioles last year. Got a nice 3-year contract from the Astros. And Buzz, watching him warm up, it looks like he's tweaked his delivery to me a little bit. It looks like his glove arm comes up higher than it used to. Right there.
Yep.
Doesn't it? Just a little bit?
Yeah, there was more of a coil where that glove had come back around him a little bit.
Yeah.
And his shoulders would coil up. And it looks like he's trying to stay on a straight line to home plate a little longer. Cutting down on that action. Right up in there.
Mm-hmm.
Shin-Soo Choo is swing and a miss, and that evens the count now at 1 ball, 1 strike. But Choo really on a hot streak of late. He has not fared well against Scott Feldman, as that 1 for 13 would tell you. But the .355 average, a .475 on base percentage. Well, 2-1.
With a start that Scott's had, you'd have to assume that he's had a good cutter. He's had a good sinker. The sinker tails away from a lefty. The cutter goes into a lefty. And he's probably featuring a pretty good curveball, too. He uses that kind of for his off-speed pitch. But the combination of those 3 pitches when he's on is very difficult to hit.
There's that cutter to the outside corner, and it's 2-2. Now, watching a little tape of him throwing in his first 2 outings, I saw a slider from Feldman that we had not seen from him before.
Bigger break than his cutter?
Yeah, bigger break than his cutter, and a little bit slower speed, but not as slow as his curveball. Off the fist down to first, and Krause fumbles it, able to pick it up though, and shovel on to Feldman for out number 1. HOU is retired. Now Elvis Andrus. Take a look at the Astros defense behind Scott Feldman tonight. Saw Krause over there at first base. He's joined by Jose Altuve at second. Jonathan Villar is the shortstop. Matt Dominguez at third. Robbie Grossman in left. Dexter Fowler in center. Alex Presley is in right. And Jason Castro, all-star selection last year for the Astros, behind the plate. And Scott Feldman, the 31-year-old from Burlingame, California. Actually born in Hawaii, but grew up in Northern California, in the Bay Area. Here's Elvis, 9-game hitting streak. Only one of the Rangers that has hit safely now in the first 9 ball games. Alex Rios had his streak snapped on Wednesday in Boston at 8. Elvis, as you saw, a .306 average. And the pitch just off the outer edge. 1-1 now. Elvis with a home run. 1/4 of the Ranger total this year for Elvis, and only 4 hit out of play down the right side. 1-2. That home run, a game winner down in Tampa Bay. That was breaking up a scoreless ball game in the 8th inning with his first home run. He has enjoyed hitting against Astro pitching, a .290 clip. 41 ball games. He has driven in 16. Feldman standing side saddle on the mound and not able to get together with Jason Castro. The bearded right-hander, again, still looking in. And now he's to the wind. Line drive, up the ladder goes Krause and pulls it down.
Well, that's a tough out for a hitter. You're down in the count. You're just trying to make some contact, get a slider or cutter away, do a great job of going with a pitch. You hit it right on the good part of the bat, line it, and it goes right straight to the first baseman. That's a bad feeling. I wouldn't know because I don't think I hit 2 balls like that in my life, but I have hit a few line drives that were caught, and even though they might not have gone to the first baseman, it is a bad feeling.
You didn't shank one over there?
I didn't hit too many that way.
Well, here's Alex Rios, who's moved up from his 5th spot to the 3rd spot with Adrian Beltre out. In case you hadn't heard, Adrian Beltre, the latest, a grade 1 strain of his left quad. And the Rangers are going to reevaluate him on a daily basis. Well, you make a decision after the end of the weekend, see how he responds to treatment. Not overly concerned about the long-term prognosis, but the health of Adrian certainly a paramount importance to this ball club. So Alex Rios up to the 3 spot. And he takes a bit low. It's 2-1. Rios off to a great start. Adrian Beltre, an interested observer of this ball game.
Yeah, that's not a comfortable spot for him.
There's that big curveball that drops in. It's 2-2. He hasn't missed all that many games as a member of the Rangers. It's pretty tough to get him out of the lineup, as a matter of fact. Feldman to the wind, the 2-2. And that slow hook is chopped foul by Rios. We'll come back and try it again. And Beltre started all but 1 game last year for the club, and he missed about 7 the year before. Another 2-2 pitch is coming. Got him on the fist and a little looping ground ball out to short. The yard on across the diamond, that'll do it. So both teams out in order, 1, 2, 3 innings. In the first, we will go to the second at Globe Life Park. No score on TXA 21. Globe Life, Rangers and Astros scoreless. And before we get underway, let's say hello to Jane Slater. Jane?
Hello, what a gorgeous night out here at Globe Life Park. Pretty nice night out here yesterday as well. That's when members from the ownership group from both the Rangers and the Houston Astros came out here to the field for a little friendly competition, raise some money for their respective foundations. We appreciate that support. And, of course, you can find out more about the Rangers Foundation by going to www.texasrangers.com/foundation. Guys?
All right, Jane, thank you. Uh-oh. Mark McLemore, who was out there pitching.
Taking Mac deep.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get on him when we see him tomorrow night. Jose Altuve on a 1-0 pitch pops it up, and Prince Fielder, in about 15 steps from the bag at first, makes the grab, and that is out number 1.
Altuve is a good little ball player. He's about 285 the last 2.5 years, but he doesn't really resemble a fourth-place hitter. But he's a good little ball player. He's a good hitter. And, based on the lineup, I think you'd probably have to say he's their best hitter.
Yeah.
And so if you get men on base, he's the guy that's got the best chance of driving them in. Probably why he's hitting fourth.
Now 1 away, and here's the big DH, Chris Carter. Carter off to a 161 start. And he is, in his time against Yu Darvish, struggled mightily. Which is, be charitable with it. 0 for 8 with 6 strikeouts.
Carter's one of those ultimate guys. If you make a mistake, he can take you deep. And if you make your pitch, he's probably going to swing and miss. Last year, he hit 29 home runs. I didn't realize he hit 29 home runs. He also walked 70 times. But he only hit 223, and he struck out 212 times.
Got the fastball up and in and fouled it straight back. It's 2-1.
The one thing Carter is getting with the Astros, though, is he's getting a chance to play every day. On some teams with the A's when he first came up, he has the great power potential, but he was so inconsistent on a pennant contending team, he couldn't get regular playing time. But on the Astros, they're going to give him plenty of playing time to see if he can develop into maybe an Adam Dunn kind of hitter. He's got great power. It's just a matter of whether he can make enough contact.
Yeah, and some people have drawn the comparison between he and a young Nelly Cruz. The Rangers got Cruz, of course, who was a great minor league hitter. Couldn't translate that to the major leagues, but once he was able to find something at AAA to bring to the big leagues that worked, he turned into a very, very good power hitter at the major league level. And the Astros certainly hoping Carter does the same thing. That pitch, close, strike 3, inside corner. And frozen like an iceberg, Chris Carter heading on back.
Looked like a borderline pitch near the top of the strike zone. Inside part of the plate. Yeah, it's close enough to be a strike, right near the corner. It wasn't exactly where you was trying to throw that ball. You can see Aaron Sibia's glove down and away. He has to move all the way across the strike zone to catch it. But it was good enough to be called strike 3.
You'll see hitters argue a lot on that one. What's the time where a catcher set up outside, the pitch is on the inside corner, and you look back there after the ball goes by and say, how could that be a strike?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a foot from where he wanted it.
Definitely after you go back and watch the replay, you're going to think that for sure.
We'll take a look at the Ford leaderboard. Strikeouts last season, or this season, I should say. The Astros with 92. They are leading the pack again. Minnesota 3 behind. And there's a strike to Mark Krause, the first baseman. Remember last year, the Rangers in that opening series against the Astros set an all-time record for the first 3 games of the season, striking out an average of 13 in those 3 games. Call, strike, and it's 1-2. I would have to say that Marty Foster is taking the idea that look for strikes to call to the hilt.
I like it.
If it's close, he's calling it.
Yeah.
A ball and 2 strikes to Krause, who's hitting 143. 2 outs, bases empty, and the pitch is grounded to fielder. Fritz will take it to the bag himself, and that will do it. So 6 up, 6 down. This one an 11-pitch inning for Yu Darvish. After 1.5, Rangers nothing, Astros nothing on TXA 21. Your thoughts on Ron Washington's call in the pregame interview to Mark McLemore at 469-209-2121. If you read your text on the postgame show tonight, you'll win a $50 Sporting Goods gift card courtesy of Metro PCS. Prince Fielder leading off the Rangers' second scoreless ball game. No base runners as of yet, and Fielder takes ball 1. Prince off to a very slow start, 162, 3 RBI, no home runs. You can see against Scott Feldman, the 1 hit in 6 at-bats was a home run as the breaking ball hangs high and outside from Feldman. 2 balls, no strikes. Prince just 2 hits in his last 21 trips to the plate. That covers the last 5 ball games. And the pitch is low. It's 3-0. So Fielder trying to get aboard to start the Rangers' second inning. He'll be followed by Kevin Kuzminoff. Feldman's 3-0 pitch. Ball 4. 4-pitch walk puts fielder aboard. Now Kuzminoff.
Because we're going to show what we're talking about with the two pitches that Scott features, his cutter and his sinker. In the first inning, I'll give you an example. This ball goes from right to left. It's tough to anticipate. The goal is to throw it inside and get the ball off the handle. Same thing with this pitch. This one goes the other way, and the same result. The ball tailed in and hit right off the handle of Alex Rios. So those are the two pitches when he's throwing well that he features in the location. A cutter into the lefties and the sinker that tails in to the right-hand hitter. So in the first inning, both of them worked well. He jammed Chu and he jammed Alex Rios with those pitches. Two little easy ground balls.
And I would think if you ask Scott Feldman why he's been so good this season so far, off to a 2-0 start with a minuscule ERA, he'd probably tell you that I'm able to get those two pitches in the proper sides of the plate.
I think we probably would see that same combination. There's another one. Same combination in the first two games.
They get the sliding fielder on the fielder's choice, and Kuzminoff will take fielder's place at first with one away.
You know, and people watching might say, well, if you know that he throws those pitches and they're inside, can't you make an adjustment? And those aren't the only pitches that he throws. He has an assortment of pitches, so you don't know exactly when he's going to throw it. And the movement on the sinker and the movement on the cutter is quick, and it's tough to detect. By the time you identify the pitch, you've started your swing, and then that movement right at the end is what causes the ball to hit off the handle of the bat. It's not an easy pitch to hit at all. Mariano Rivera threw it for 20 years, pretty much exclusively, and no one could hit it.
Mitch Moreland swinging through that high fastball. It's 0-1.
And I guess then the question, Buzz, is why doesn't everybody throw it? Is it a hard pitch to throw, a cutter?
Yeah, and not everybody
to
has
throw it well.
Yeah,
I mean,
not everybody has the mechanical makeup or the mental makeup really to throw it. It can be learned, I think, by almost everybody. 0-1 the count to Mitch. Takes that breaking ball wide. But also, you're talking about, why don't you, if you know he's going to throw one of those, why don't you just lay off it? It's not like recognizing a curveball or a slider, because it's fastball speed, and you don't have that much time to decide.
Exactly.
If one were a lot slower than the other, then it would simplify things, but that's not the case.
Nope.
Mitch had his first home run of the year on Wednesday, and he's facing an old friend and Scott Feldman.
I don't know a hitter alive that ever said, I love to hit the really good cutter in. No hitter likes that pitch.
The first two starts of the season, lowest opponent's batting average, and Scott Feldman in some pretty good company. Roger Clemens, minuscule, and Feldman at 111, not too bad. Jim Deshaies, Mike Hampton. That's pretty good company to find yourself in if you're Scott Feldman. 1-2. And that evens the count.
And I guess the other side of it, Buzz, in addition to those pitches that he tries to get into the left-hand hitter and the right-hand hitter, he throws the opposite pitch to try to throw it away to the same kind of hitters. Right. So you can't just anticipate that it's going to be on one side of the plate or the other.
Well, those two pitches, what you're talking about too, Tom, is a guy that the natural movement is going to carry it away from the center of home plate, no matter which of the two he throws. There's a base hit to right center field. Kuzminoff had to hold up, and now he's going to turn on the Jets going around second. He'll be stopped at third by Pettis. And a ringing double by Mitch Moreland puts runners at second and third with one out for the Rangers.
Well, Mitch has had some good at-bats in Boston. Starts right off here with a nice at-bat and a double. Two men in scoring position with only one out. Rangers trying to capitalize right here, see what the Astros do with their infield. And there's a pitch in the middle of the plate. He didn't get that. Looked like a cutter that just spun and never curved from right to left. And when it does that, then it becomes a pretty good pitch to hit.
Yeah, that was the cutter. When that gets up a little bit and starts in the middle, that's usually trouble. You saw where Castro, the catcher, was sitting. He was sitting inside trying to get that pitch in.
Yep.
Moreland never let it get there. Well, the Rangers were their first base runners of the game, their first base hit, and Moreland's double. And here's Arancibia, who swings through a Feldman offering. It's 0-1. Arancibia, 1 for his last 14, hitting at $1.25. 4 times that Arancibia has faced Feldman. 0 for 4 so far, trying to change that here. Got Kuzminoff at third, Moreland at second. Couldn't check his swing on the slow curve, and it's 0-2.
Scott kind of taking advantage of the aggressiveness and maybe a little bit of an over-anxious J.P. Arancibia right here. Tossed him 2 slow curveballs, and J.P. didn't wait. Now he got a tough assignment. No balls and 2 strikes. Trying to put the ball in play somewhere.
Feldman working from the stretch with runners at second and third. And a high fastball call, strike 3. Well, the 2 slow hooks and the fastball, and Arancibia couldn't pull the trigger. That's out number 2.
At the top of the strike zone again, not necessarily exactly where he was trying to throw that ball, but it was a strike at the top of the strike zone. Doesn't feel like a strike to the hitter when it's up there, but according to the diagram of the strike zone, that ball was right at the top of the strike zone.
So they're now 2 out. Leonis Martin takes outside for ball 1. Martin at 241. Rangers center fielder got off to a great start this year. He had base hits in the first 4 games, and all of a sudden he has fallen on hard times. Just 1 for his last 14. Got him on the fist, that cutter inside. Now Tube will throw him out. So Feldman able to work around a walk and a double. The Rangers strand 2. We're going to the third. It's the Rangers nothing and the Astros nothing on TXA 21. Rangers game with MLB.com at bat for your favorite mobile phone or tablet. It'll get live look-ins for you, and instant replay, scores, stats, audio, and free MLB.TV game of the day and more. Download on the App Store or visit TexasRangers.com today. Well, the Rangers squander a golden opportunity, and scoreless game as we head to the third, bottom third of the Astros order to face Yu Darvish. Matt Dominguez leading things off. And Dominguez is one Astro that's had a pretty good degree of success against Yu Darvish. Dominguez 3 out of 11, but all 3 of those have been home runs.
2 in 1 game, didn't he?
Yep, sure did. Swinging strike, it's 0-2.
Dominguez had a good year last year. He had only hit 240, but he hit 21 home runs, knocked in 77 runs as a 23-year-old. He's a guy that you can project as your third baseman of the future. count on him getting a little better, become a 270, 275 hitter, 25 home runs, 85 or 90 runs batted in, plays a pretty solid third base. Got him in a trade with Florida. Got some pretty good offensive potential.
Yeah, sure do. A ball and 2 strikes, and by all accounts, their minor league system is pretty productive too. The 1-2 from Darvish. And that's skied to right center field. Over is Leonis Martin in the alley. Makes the grab. That is out number 1. Brings up Robbie Grossman. Well, guests in the house tonight. The Lone Star rivalry wouldn't be the Lone Star rivalry without those two gentlemen, Nolan Ryan on your right and President George W. Bush on the left. Nice.
They've watched a few games in those seats.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. And they are back together again out here at Globe Life Park.
President is a huge baseball fan. And I would venture a guess he's a huge Ranger fan.
Former managing general partner with, matter of fact, he was your boss.
He was. He was.
About 7 or 8 years, I believe. Fastball high and away to Robbie Grossman. 1 ball, no strikes. Was he a good man to work for?
He's unbelievable. You know, sometimes when the boss is roaming the hallway and you're in your office, you either close your door or you move away so he can't see you. In his particular case, when he was in the hallway, everybody hoped that he came into the office, and he did. He went into everybody's office. Didn't matter who you were, how high you were on the totem pole. He came in, he talked, asked how he could help. He's a tremendous boss.
2-1 now, the count to Grossman.
And even though everyone in the organization had the ultimate respect for him, I don't think anyone really looked at him as a tough boss. He was more like your friend.
The pitch right on the outside corner. And Darvish able to come back and even the count now to Grossman at 2-2. Grossman kind of shaking his head. And apparently he's had to shake his head a lot because he's hitting .088. At least in the first 10 ball games of the season. Darvish, next pitch, got him swinging. Into the glove with Aaron Sabia on the foul tip, and that is strikeout number 2 for Yu Darvish. So 8 consecutive now sent down by the Ranger right-hander, and Jonathan Villar will come up.
Well, he wasn't too happy about being behind in the count 0-2. Thought some of those pitches might have been out of the strike zone. He's really not happy now after he swung at that curveball and ended up striking out.
Probably saying, you know what, the 2 before that were at least hittable. I'm not sure that last one was hittable. A couple of punch outs for Darvish. And Jonathan Villar, the switch hitting shortstop, steps in hitting at .226. He'll surprise you there. He's got a little pop. He's trying to bunt his way aboard, and it is strike 1 on the foul ball. Villar already a couple of home runs this year. We talked about Darvish's last time out against Tampa, how efficient he was early in the count. He's not quite as efficient early in the count tonight, but he still kept his pitch count down by coming back once he's fallen behind and getting some swings. This only his 32nd pitch of the night, and it's in there for a strike. Darvish last time out threw first pitch strikes, which I'm not a real big lover of, but on 20 of 27 hitters that he faced, and tonight only 3 of 9 first pitch strikes.
See, pitch number 2 is a good pitch. Villar was complaining, but that was a strike all the way.
That's out of play to the left. We'll try it again.
Tune that one up at 96 miles an hour. It's kind of cruising in the first 5 or 6 batters. Put a little extra on that one, though.
I would imagine Yu Darvish probably feels comfortable pitching against the Astros, considering that he almost no-hit them and perfectoed them last year. That pitch in the dirt. The perfect game, he went 8 2/3 before Marwin Gonzalez hit one right back through the middle for a hit. And then he had the no-hitter going later on in the year down in Houston again. And it was Carlos Corporan hit a home run. to break that up in the 8th inning.
Remember that home run? He's sprinting around the bases in about 13 seconds.
The 1-2. Got him swinging. Popped that in there at 95, and back-to-back strikeouts for Darvish. 3 in the evening, and he is perfect through 3. Bottom of the 3rd coming up. No score. Rangers and Astros. Sports City Toyota. Log on to sportscitytoyota.com. Now Rangers come to bat here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Nice night out here at Globe Life Park. Good crowd on hand. Looks to be in the low to mid-30s. And the first pitch to Josh Wilson from Scott Feldman is strike 1. Josh Wilson started the final 2 games of the Boston series at 3rd base in place of Adrian Beltre, and tonight back over there at 2nd. Chops one to Krause at 1st, who underhands to Feldman covering. That is out number 1, and back to the top of the order go the Rangers. You see Scott Feldman when he is on like he is. A couple of mistakes. One of them hit hard by Moreland, but other than that, a lot of balls off the handle and off the end of the bat. Keeping it out of the middle of the plate for the most part. And that's what Scott Feldman did very well. I remember back in 2009 with the Rangers, 17-game winner, and he must have led the league in broken bats that year. Now here's Shin-Soo Choo for his 2nd at bat, grounded out to 1st to start things for the Rangers tonight. Shows bunt, takes strike 1. Five-game hitting streak for Choo. Over that span, a .471 average. That slow hook and just stayed outside. Shin-Soo, as we mentioned, that .475 on-base percentage. That's good for 4th in the American League. He's also started to get the walk totals up. He's 6th in the AL, 7 walks. Takes ball 2. But the thing that the Rangers are most interested in, he's tied for the league lead in times on base at 19. The 2-1 pitch. Yeah, pretty good rip of that fastball and fouls it back. Scott Feldman pitching with a heavy heart tonight. And you understand, unfortunately, Scott lost his father just a couple of days ago unexpectedly. And our condolences certainly to Scott and his family. Good people, and that's got to be a very difficult thing for Scott. 3-2 now to Choo.
There's a good example of why Chu has his on-base percentage. He's able to lay off that slow curveball with 2 strikes. Many times you've seen that pitch offered at by a hitter, but he laid off the close pitch.
Payoff pitch. Check swing, ball 4. The appeal down to Joe West at third. He said, nope. And Chu gets another walk, his 8th of the year. He is aboard with 1 out. And Elvis Andrus coming up.
Well, Elvis is coming up, Buzz. I have a special shout out too. I want to say hi to Rachel Verba from Rowlett, Texas. I understand that she is a huge Ranger fan. In fact, her 2 grandmothers, Mama and Mimi, arranged to paint her room in all sorts of Ranger decor so that she can see Ranger players and the Ranger logo every day. She knows the statistics and all the players. Rachel, I hope you're watching tonight, and if you are, thanks for being such a great fan.
Elvis a rip and a miss.
Bottom dropped out of that.
Sure did.
It looked like a splitter. All it was a sinking 2-seam fastball that buzzed bombed right out of the strike zone at the end. Swing at that one as a hitter, you go, what happened to that ball?
And even if you make contact, it's got to feel like a shot put that you're hitting. Elvis hit the ball hard his first time. He lined out to first base. He's got Chu at first. And a broken bat roller out toward short. The second, that's all they will get as Chu is out. Elvis takes his place at first. And Alex Rios will come up.
That's a second ball that's been hit exactly like that with a man on first. Kevin Kuzminov hit the same pitch, but there it comes in on the fist. It's a subtle movement. It doesn't break a lot, but all it has to do is break 3 or 4 inches, and that's the difference between hitting it on a decent part of the bat and just getting jammed right off the handle. And that ground ball almost stopped before it got to shortstop. Kuzminov hit the same kind of ball in the same way.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Elvis now at first with 2 outs. Scott Feldman typically pretty easy to run on, as Ranger fans will remember. Yeah, a little slide step there and drops a breaking ball into Rios. It's 0-1. Alex Rios hit a duplicate of the ground ball that Elvis just hit. Got jammed back in the first inning. Elvis a pretty good lead at first. Looks like he's leaning a little bit towards second. Feldman will drive him back. He's got a big tall guy at 6'7". Takes him a little while to unwind whether he's going to first or going to the plate. So good base runners realizing that have a pretty easy time reading him. Well, the big right-hander okays the sign, sets at the belt. There goes Elvis. The pitch is a strike. The throw to second is in time. They get Elvis. The tag applied by Jose Altuve. And Ron Washington's going to mosey on out towards second base. Now the Astros are coming off the field, and normally in a situation like that, the umpires are supposed to make sure that the defensive team stays on the field if the umpire feels there might be a challenge. And Ron Washington going out there to have a little chat with Alan Porter, the second base umpire. And here's what Joey Pravinsky is looking at out in the Rangers control center. Get a better look at even now from upstairs.
I don't think that's going to be reversed.
No, probably not. And Ron Washington, after talking to Porter, got the word from Tim Bogart. No sense challenging that.
It was close. It could have gone either way. I don't think it would have been reversed if he was called safe either.
Well, the Rangers gone, and we will head on to the 4th inning here in Arlington. No score, Astros and Rangers. Well, the top of the fourth inning has arrived. Like kind of a light overcast, I guess, in a few spots. Scoreless ball game. And Yu Darvish back to the hill. Has retired the first 9 that he's faced. The top of the order will face him for the second time tonight. Dexter Fowler, who grounded out weakly to first base, goes after the first pitch, and the foul ball makes it 0-1.
Well, Yu has featured most of his pitches tonight. The two-seam fastball that sinks, a cutter, throwing some pretty good curveballs. He's also tuned a few up there at 95 or 96 miles an hour to go along with it.
Pierre and Sebia going through a myriad of signs. There's that slow breaking ball that stayed up tantalizingly high for Fowler, and he fouled it straight back. 0-2. That's probably not one that Darvish would want to throw again in that spot.
I wouldn't think so. That's when you go, ooh, I'm glad he swung and fouled that ball off instead of hitting on the good part of the bat. Saw that happen on a couple of home runs last year that he gave up.
Right. Pretty good breaking ball. It just missed down and in. It's 1-2. Yeah, I think the one that Votto hit off in spring training is still going.
Yeah, that was a long one.
That was headed over toward the airfield over there.
Some little hitter, some little left-hand hitter hit one here against him too. I can't remember who it was.
And the count evens. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Darvish shaking his head a little bit in disgust. Gotten ahead 0-2 and missed with a couple of pitches. He felt he should have gotten at least one of them in the zone. Now he'll try it again to Fowler. Got him swinging. Good breaking ball down and in. Fowler becomes a 4 strikeout victim, the 3rd in a row for Darvish. One away. And before we tell you about Alex Presley, let's head over and say hello to Jane Slater again. Jane.
Hey guys, well on this 20th anniversary of the ballpark, I'm here with former Arlington Mayor Richard Green, instrumental in bringing the ballpark to Arlington. Ever imagine it was going to be like this?
Well, we always expected it to be like this. Every year it's better. It's a time that this community gets to celebrate one of its greatest achievements. And tonight's so special. 20th anniversary, the president's here, Nolan's here, Yu's on the mound. It doesn't get any better than this.
All right, and seeing you and Pudge walk out there, you haven't aged any year in the 20 years at all. How did you feel out there on the mound? I understand that you got a little work in.
Well, it was at least 100 miles from the mound to the plate. But I think the guys in the broadcast booth will be able to confirm that the various early baseball rules instructed the ceremonial pitcher not to show up the actual pitcher, and I wanted to follow that rule.
Grieve Buzz, you agree? We'll send this one back up to you guys.
I would say there was no threat of that happening, Mr. Mayor.
Nope. I think we followed the rule just to 100%. That was very good.
And there's Sylvia down there with him.
0-2 the count.
So instrumental in the stadium being built here, along with Tom Schieffer, that the backdrop out in center field is named after him. Greens Hill out there.
Presley, a ground ball to second base in the first inning. And Darvish missing down and away. Good fastball, but just a little bit low. It's 1-2. Well, you were right in the middle of that, Tom. As the general manager, you're in on a lot of the planning, that had to be an undertaking just beyond belief.
It was, and it doesn't happen without the help from the city of Arlington, obviously. But the driving force behind that stadium was Tom Schieffer. He was there every single day with the architects, every day with the contractors that were building that stadium. He did a spectacular job.
It is still to this day, 20 years later, a magnificent place to watch a ball game, and it's become a shrine to baseball in North Texas and really around the country. 1-2.
Our offices were on the other side of the parking lot, and you could see on a daily basis the progress that was being made. I remember the first time after they cleared all the ground when they began to put the walls up on the side of the stadium, how exciting that was. And then after they got most of the stadium up, we went down on the field. There's no grass or anything. Seats weren't in yet. Some of the guys took some swings. I think Juan Gonzalez and maybe Dean Palmer came down and took a little batting practice.
5 strikeouts, 4 in a row for Darvish. First regular season game 20 years ago today. Milwaukee won that ball game 5-3. Approximately $191 million, the original cost of this ballpark. And that debt was retired early in November of 2001. First pitch thrown by Kenny Rogers and David Hulse, who was catching the first pitch here tonight from the mayor.
I'd like to see someone build something like this for $191 million today.
You probably couldn't get the right field seats for $191 million today. Jason Castro skied out to left center field his first time up there. Yu Darvish on a streak of 4 straight strikeouts of the Astros. And the pitch low and away. 1-1. '27-year-old Yu Darvish leans in, gets the sign, and sets. High and outside. 2-1. Castro, one of 4 Astros in the lineup, and has a pair of home runs this year. I mentioned this ball club has some pop, but having a little trouble putting together consistent at bats. Here's a good breaking ball. Coming in the back door, it's 2-2. The crowd trying to get that rhythmic clapping going, and the U chants. Darvish with a 2-2 pitch. Got him swinging. 3 in a row, 5 overall in a row. 1, 2, 3 and out after 3.5. Rangers nothing, Astros nothing. TXA 21. Sunday, that's April 13th. It's going to be a great day out here at the ballpark. Fans coming to that game against the Astros will be treated to a post-game concert by Mercy Me, presented by Buckner International. Tickets for the game start at just $13, and for an additional $12, you can purchase a field pass so you can watch the Mercy Me concert standing on the field. Tickets and field passes are available at texasrangers.com/concerts. Well, some throwback jerseys. Astros and Rangers. Let's go back to the late 70s. Scoreless game. Alex Rios, who was left standing at home plate when Elvis was shot down trying to steal in the third inning, begins the fourth by taking ball one. It'll be Rios, Fielder, and Kuzminov to face Scott Feldman. Rangers have just one hit. Feldman has walked a couple tonight. And that slow breaking ball stayed up, but Rios chopped it foul. 1-1. Alex, go back to last September the 23rd, right here. His first career cycle against these Houston Astros. Hard hit ball to third base. Dominguez, plenty of time to pick it up and get Rios. One gone.
The first baseman, Prince Fielder.
One of the few Ranger balls have really been hit hard this evening. The other one, Mitch Moreland's double.
And then let's see who else. Elvis had one. Elvis had one to first.
Elvis in the first inning.
Pretty well.
Well, here's Fielder, who started the second by walking. 1 ball, no strikes. Prince walked on 4 pitches that time, so he's seen 5 pitches tonight from Feldman. None have been in the strike zone. Feldman's 1-0 pitch. There's one. That evens the count to Fielder. Against the Astros over his career, Prince Fielder, a .290 hitter. Got that off the end of the bat as he cued it foul over toward the Astros dugout. And the count moves to 1-2.
With a combination of the sinker and the cutter, the curveball is almost like a changeup.
Yeah.
Comes in much slower.
Yep.
Breaks straight down.
Hard hit ball. Leap by Krause, and he picks it out of the air.
It would have been interesting to see if Altuve could have gotten it. It was kind of funny. Krause lunged for it, and at the same time, Altuve was diving for it behind him. If Altuve comes into the picture here. Yep, there comes Altuve. Yep. He was ready to try to make a diving catch, too. If one didn't rob Prince, the other one might have.
Altuve saying, hey, you robbed me of a chance to get on TV. That diving catch. Well, 2 outs now. Here's Kevin Kuzminov. 1 ball, no strikes. Kuzminov grounded into a fielder's choice in the second inning. So he is 1 for 2.
Both pitchers are pitching well, and both pitchers have excellent pitch counts, too.
Feldman getting set to throw his 51st pitch of the night. And that was rifled foul, making Gary Pettis jump a little rope down there in the third base coach's box.
I got a feeling someone's going to take that curveball deep. Almost everyone has seen it a little bit. Some of them have hung, but the change of speeds has had the hitter out in front of them.
And a pretty drastic shift around to the left now for the right-handed Kuzminov. A pretty good rip at a high fastball. 1-2.
That's a good opportunity for Kevin to get some playing time, get back in the big leagues and get some playing time. He had a great spring training. Didn't complain about being sent to the minor leagues, even though he had one of the better camps of any Ranger player. Went down, played hard, waited for his opportunity, and probably came a little quicker than he might have expected.
Slide to right field. Presley coming in a few steps, makes the grab. And that will do it for the Rangers here in the fourth. 3 up, 3 down. 4 quick ones in the books. Rangers nothing, Astros nothing on TXA 21. TXA 21 is sponsored by Standard Insurance. Call Standard today. And by Freedom Dodge. Nobody beats a Freedom deal. Nobody. Now we're heading to the 5th inning, and the little guy's having a good time. Yeah. Got his hat all broken in. Now it's comfortable for him. He's seeing a couple of pretty good right-handers out here tonight working. Yu Darvish, Scott Feldman, one hit in the ballgame. And Yu Darvish hasn't given up one yet as he throws high and tight to Jose Altuve. Astros have not had a base runner against Darvish. Altuve popped out to first in the 2nd inning. Darvish on a roll. He has struck out 5 straight, 6 this evening. Ouch. 1 out.
Yeah, it broke the strikeout string, but Altuve might have preferred to strike out to that.
And that wasn't the only thing he broke. That bat shattered about 18 pieces.
That ball hit, let's see, looks like it's going to hit about 6 inches above his hands. Ouch.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of balls do that by Ranger hitters.
Good thing it didn't cold tonight. So 1 out. And now Chris Carter, who was called out on strikes. He was the first strikeout victim for Darvish back in the 2nd inning. Good fastball for strike 1. Carter at 156. Just 1 RBI for the big guy so far this year.
Darvish hasn't seen a run score while he's been in the game for us or the other team.
No, that's right.
Alex Cobb and you hooked up in a beauty in Tampa Bay. Both of them threw 7 shutout innings. He's hooked up with a nice one with Scott Feldman tonight.
4 innings for the 2 of them. Not very many base runners at all. None for the Astros, only 2 for the Rangers. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Carter. Since the start of 2012, the most strikeouts. Chris Carter in baseball. 1-2 pitch. To right field, toward the line, coming on a few steps. Alex Rios. Just in foul territory, able to corral that for out number 2. Rios was long strides of his. Boy, he covers a lot of ground and effortlessly, it appears. 2 outs. Mark Krause coming up.
If Darvish gets a quick out here, he could throw 5 innings in 60 pitches. Only thrown 58 pitches right now, but that's with 6 strikeouts.
Krause grounded out to end the 2nd inning. Grounded out to his counterpart, Prince Fielder. Takes a good fastball for a strike. It is 0-1. Darvish sets. Took something off that and had Krause way out in front. Looked like the splitter.
Tough combination.
Yeah.
Mid-90s, mid-80s, back-to-back pitches. Now you're up there 0-2. You know, well, I've seen those 2 pitches. I haven't seen his curveball. I haven't seen his cutter. I haven't seen his slider. No telling what I'm going to see right here.
Target set away, the 0-2 pitch. It's down a little bit. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You remember Yu Darvish, after he had missed the time with a stiff neck through an extended bullpen session prior to his first start, and was not very happy about his command. Then he comes out and just breezes through the Rays for 7 innings. You see him get a little disgusted every once in a while with himself in this ball game. A weak swing and a miss, and the throw will take care of it at first base. 10 pitches that inning, a strikeout, a fly out, and a ground out. Halfway through the ball game, Rangers 0, And the Astros nothing on TXA 21. Baseball on TXA 21 is sponsored by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your Texas Ford dealer today. Ford is the best in Texas. And by Globe Life, the official life insurance company of the Texas Rangers. Scoreless ball game. The only hit this evening for either team is by the man leading off the Ranger fifth inning. That's Mitch Moreland. He wrapped a double to right center field. And he shows bunt here against Scott Feldman with that big overshift on him.
Well, you know, it's a leadoff man here in the fifth inning, having trouble getting base runners. If they want to play way back and give it to you, not a bad idea. Moved in a little bit now, though. Take a better bunt.
1-0 pitch from Feldman. Check swing, and the pitch low and inside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Much more than that double now has the average up to 296. He's got a 4-game hitting streak. Trying to get the Rangers on the board here. That ball is hit pretty well to center field. Fowler is going back, but he's going to stop just shy of the warning track and make the catch. Mitch didn't quite get all that. I think he got it down toward the end of the bat just a little bit. And that last half inning, the last pitch, Yu Darvish looking at his throwing hand thumb, the right thumb. I understand there's a little blood coming from it. I don't know exactly what happened, but Darvish obviously felt some pain after that last pitch. Look down at his thumb. We'll keep you apprised as to what's going on. Aaron Sebia, first ball swinging, pops it into shallow center. And Fowler there to make the catch for out number 2. Look out in the Ranger bullpen. There's nobody up out there, so it either is nothing to be concerned about, or they're going to wait until the last minute.
You think maybe he'll go out there and try to throw and see how it feels?
That would be my guess. Otherwise, I think somebody would be up throwing now, but could be wrong. Here's Leonis Martin. 1 ball, no strikes. Martin, a ground ball to second base back in the second inning. Shows butt again, takes a strike. That evens things up at 1-1. Leonis, as we mentioned, in the throes of a pretty long trouble streak. Here's a rip and a miss. Scott Feldman, he is on quite a roll. I mentioned 2-0 with an 0.66 coming into this game against the Rangers. He threw 6+ shutout innings against the Yankees on opening night, and he jams Leonis Martin to throw to first, not in time. Martin beats it out. Now a little jam shot that Feldman got the glove on, could not gather himself together quickly enough, and Martin running hard down the line legged it out.
After Scott missed it, he made a nice comeback. He kind of slapped it over to first base as quickly as he possibly could. Actually made a nice accurate throw.
I would imagine that's going to be a base hit for Leonis Martin. Steve Weller, the official score, taking his time to decide. It's going to be a base hit. He comes up with so the second Ranger hit of the night. And the speedy Leonis Martin at first. Josh Wilson is the hitter. Wilson, the ground ball to first base. His first time up there. Rangers have already tried one stolen base tonight. Elvis Andrus shot down. And this pitch is wrapped foul outside third. 0-1 to Wilson. Josh has 5 hits this year in the games that he's played. He's gotten all of them in just a total of 2 games. So it's either been the penthouse or the basement for Josh Wilson, depending on the kind of night or which night it was. Trying to get Martin around with 2 outs here in the 5th inning. Leonis Martin at one point last year, 18 for 18 in the stolen base department. Scoreless ball game with 2 outs in the 5th. And the pitch fouled away to the right. 0-2 to Josh Wilson. Pitch tracker with the Scott Feldman filling up the bottom of that strike zone. Got Leonis Martin at first base. 0-2. The count to Josh Wilson. Right-hander sets a check at first. There goes Martin. It's a pitch out. Castro's throw. And out at second base is Leonis Martin. So the Rangers 0-2 in stolen base attempts tonight. As Martin shot down, no runs a hit, nobody left. We're going to the 6th inning, no score in Arlington. HOU at Texas this Tuesday night. That's April the 15th. Rangers taking on the Mariners at 7:05, and the first 15,000 fans, 14 and older, who enter the ballpark will receive a Shin-Soo-Choo t-shirt, compliments of Coca-Cola. Log on to TexasRangers.com today to reserve your seats, or you can call 972-RANGERS and accomplish that. HOU out there in left field, back to the mound is Yu Darvish, and the first pitch of the sixth inning is popped foul back into the seats by Matt Dominguez. You see a little bit of blood on Darvish's right thumb, but apparently it was in an area that doesn't affect his grip or command of the baseball. Dominguez, a fly ball to center. That was as he led off the third inning. To right field. Long run over for Rios, right near the wall. And no play as he got to the wall along with the ball.
Yeah, that's a tough play right near the wall like that. You have to stop, otherwise that wall's not going to give. He knows where he is, and he knows he's pretty close to the wall. Just wasn't able to get the glove on the ball.
Well, the count moves to 0-2. Dominguez, Grossman, and Villar, the three hitters do in this inning to face Yu Darvish. Little looper to center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Well, there's the first base runner, the first hit of the night for the Astros. A little looping drive by Matt Dominguez. And after 5 no-hit perfect innings, Yu Darvish will have to work with a runner on base.
Probably about 6 or 8 inches higher than he wanted it to be. Not a hard hit ball, but if it was down a little bit lower, he might not have been able to get the end of the bat on it like that.
Here's Robbie Grossman. The first pitch is low for ball 1. Grossman was the first strikeout in a string of 5 straight rung up by Darvish. Yu with 7 in the ball game tonight. Grossman, as you can see, really struggling in the early going of 2014. 0.86 the average. Rangers looking for the double play ball. There goes the runner. The pitch is slapped to third. And the only play Kuzminov has is to first base. Now the hit and run was on, and Dominguez got a good enough jump to make it impossible for Kuzminov to comfortably make the throw to second. Well, it works like a sacrifice. Dominguez now in scoring position with 1 out for Jonathan Villar.
Kevin wanted to try it, but he just wasn't comfortable throwing the ball. The middle infielders hadn't gotten to second base yet. Josh Wilson was way off the bag. Elvis was a little closer to the bag, but with that slight bit of confusion, he probably made the right choice getting 1. Against Tampa Bay, you had to pitch out of several jams tonight. First base runner, first time they've had a man in scoring position.
Yeah, in that game Sunday, Yu Darvish had a base runner in every inning. He gave up at least, he gave up 1 hit in every inning.
Yeah,
and
a couple leadoff doubles.
Yeah, there were some pretty tenuous spots, but Darvish able to handle that. There's a foul tip off Villar's bat. 1-1.
That doesn't look very good.
Yeah, it's in a spot though that it wouldn't affect his ability to hold the baseball. Probably what happened is sometimes in your follow through, the fingernail of another finger can jam your thumb and cut you.
I was just getting ready to ask you if he doesn't have to worry about throwing the baseball, how to get there in the first place. But
shot fell. Well, you know, playing golf, if your fingernail happens to get one of your fingers that it's overlapping or interlocking with, you'll get a spot where it cuts the skin, and that can happen when you're throwing. Good reason to keep your fingernails really
I guess
short.
it would be pretty hard to get the ball on that top part of your thumb.
I don't know many grips that are going to.
He might have one, though.
He could. Yeah, if anybody does, he would have it. 1-2 to Villar. in the dirt. They are able to check his swing. And it evens the count now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dominguez started the inning off by looping a single to center. That was the first base runner against Darvish. And Bo Porter immediately put on a hit and run with Robbie Grossman. But Rangers able to get 1 out. So now Dominguez at second. And Jonathan Villar with a 2 ball, 2 strike count. Got him swinging. Strikeout number 8. And that is out number 2, and we'll bring up Dexter Fowler.
Tough to lay off that curveball. That's a great curveball. It's a strike right now, and now it's not. Got VR a couple of times that way.
Well, Dexter Fowler, the switch hitting center fielder, step in for his 3rd at bat tonight. Struck out in the 4th, and he grounded out to begin things here this evening. Fowler, a .348 hitter, as Darvish checks at second base to see if Dominguez might be caught napping. Joe West, the third base umpire over there, and a unique shot from camera out there in right field. Wilson, quick throw, and out at first is Fowler. Nice job by the Rangers and Yu Darvish to work around the leadoff single. We're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Rangers coming up in a scoreless game. Bottom of the 6th inning, that means it's time for the Sonic Slam inning. Brought to you by Sonic. Tonight's jackpot is worth $1,000 and dinner for 2 at Sonic Drive-In. Tonight, the Rangers are hitting for Shannon Cox Kelly from Pittsburgh, Texas. And if a Ranger hits a grand slam this inning, Shannon Cox Kelly from Pittsburgh, Texas will win $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant. Josh Wilson, who was at home plate when Leonys Martin was caught trying to steal things, will begin the 6th inning for the Rangers. It'll be Wilson, Chu, and Andrews. They'll face Scott Feldman. Feldman spinning another dandy. He has shut out the Rangers on 2 hits through the first 5.
18 2/3 innings so far this season for Scott. He's only given up 1 run. Only given up 7 hits in over 18 innings as well.
And shut the Yankees out in his first outing and gave up just the 1 run to the Angels. Both of them better than 6 innings. There's a drive to right center field. Fowler on the run and into the alley, makes the catch. Looked like it had a chance off the bat, but Fowler covers a lot of ground out there. He hauled it in for the first out.
The other thing he hasn't done, he hasn't struck out many. He's only struck out 4 now in 19 innings. But there's been a whole lot of balls that haven't been hit very hard because of his ability to pitch into the hitters.
So for the third time tonight, Shin-Soo Choo will face Feldman. Again, the Astros putting the shift on, with the exception of the third baseman Dominguez, who stays near his normal position. Choo trying to shoot it the other way and get it by him, and didn't miss by a whole lot.
Really, the repertoire that Scott has, the sinker and the cutter, they're really not strikeout pitches. They're pitches that are intended so that the batter puts the ball in play weakly and not hit him on the good part of the bat, but not necessarily to miss bats.
1 ball and 1 strike to Choo.
Seen days where Scott has thrown harder than he's throwing today, mostly 86 to 88 miles an hour today. There's been days where he's thrown that cutter and his sinker in the low 90s.
Choo takes that a little bit high, 2-1. Shin-Soo walked his last time up there. He grounded out to first back in the first inning. Feldman to the wind. And Choo had a pretty good pitch to work with and fouled it back. I think he'd like to have a do-over on that one. It might have been up a little more than you would prefer it. 2-2 now. Inside, 3-2. So Choo with 1 out, trying to get aboard again. Elvis Andrus waits to be next. Feldman studies the signs, now goes to the wind. Payoff pitch, low, ball 4. And Choo walks for the 2nd time tonight. That's the 8th time or 9th time this year.
He just doesn't swing at the same pitches slightly out of the strike zone that other hitters swing at. It's frustrating for a pitcher because you're making the same pitches to him that you're making to the rest of the hitters. Most of them swing at him and he doesn't.
So Feldman has walked 3. Elvis Andrus trying to help the Rangers capitalize on the latest free pass.
See if Wash tries to do anything here.
First pitch to Elvis. The breaking ball dips in for strike 1. Well, Andrus will step out for second. Check with Gary Pettis down at third. And longest season opening hit streaks in Ranger history, right there at the number 9 level, Elvis Andrus. Now honorably the most at 13. Inside. A ball and a strike.
Now, this is a great example, Buzz, of a pitcher who you just totally disregard the radar gun. And it's an example of movement and location and the success that you can have. And you might not call it a dominating performance, but there haven't been many balls hit hard.
Right.
No strikeouts and not much hit hard. Hadn't thrown a ball over 88 miles an hour.
Choo has to dive back. 1 ball, 1 strike. And I would think if hitters go back to the bench talking about a guy like Feldman tonight, you'd feel pretty comfortable about an 0 for 3 or 0 for 4, whatever you take. Not like you've been blown away. But you'd also give him credit, say, hey, he was really spotting the ball up well.
Yeah, I batted 4 times and never hit the ball on the good part of the bat, so he must have been doing something right.
And Elvis takes that pitch all the way for a strike. It's 1-2. Rangers have 2 base hits tonight against Feldman. The Astros have 1 against Yu Darvish. It has been a pitching-dominated game thus far this evening. Rangers trying to change that around a little bit here in the 6th inning. And Choo will draw another throw from Feldman.
Highest has been 89. Lowest has been 61. That would be his curveball. There may have been one or two at 89. Most of them have been below that, though. Most of everything's been 85 to 88, right around in there.
Feldman nods in agreement and sets the pitch. Going outside, nice backhanded stop by Jason Castro. That evens the count now to Elvis. Scott Feldman, 77 pitches, right, ready to throw number 78 to Andrus. Jew at first, one out, scoreless ball game in the bottom of the 6th inning. Slow chopper to third, charging Dominguez. On the run, he gets in Elvis, and down to second is Chu with 2 outs now for Alex Rios. And before Alex steps in, let's go over and say hello once again to Jane Slater. Jane?
Well, hello. As we celebrate 20 years here at the park, I thought I would take a moment and survey some of the fans and ask your favorite moment here. What's yours?
94, Kenny Rogers, perfect game. I don't think it gets any better than that.
All right, yours is one of my favorites. What was yours?
When Robin Ventura charged him out against Nolan Ryan.
Not a bad one, right? You can watch that on YouTube over and over. And yours a little bit more recent.
2011, when we clinched the playoffs. Standing here, having the players run around, give everybody high fives. It was awesome.
Good memories. Let's hope there's many more. Guys, back to you.
All right, Jane. Rangers trying to make some right here. At least for 2014 anyway. Alex Rios 0 for 2, and the first pitch to him is inside for ball 1. Rios has grounded out to the left side twice tonight. Once to short, once to third. Shin-Soo Choo, the runner at second. Had a 1-out walk. He's establishing his lead out there. The Rangers only a couple of opportunities tonight with runners in scoring position like they have right now. The Rangers have struggled a bit lately in these opportunities, but still, as a team, hitting up over 300. There's a strike from Feldman to even things at 1-1. Fewest home runs in the American League, and you see the Rangers only ahead of Kansas City. Kansas City has just 1 home run this year. High and tight. It's 2-1. Scott Feldman falling behind Rios. He lost Chu on a 3-2 pitch with 1 out. And he's going to step off the back of the rubber as he and Castro not able to get together in the signs. Chu with a lead from second. And now Rios steps out. And Castro going to go out and have a little chat with his veteran right-hander. Both Porter's club 4-6 for the season. They snapped a 3-game losing streak in Toronto last night. Got in here about 2, a little bit after 2 in the morning from Toronto. Feldman now ready to go. 2-1 the count. Rios trying to time that slow breaking ball and fouled it to the right. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Some of those pitches in the center of the plate. Ground ball, foul outside third. And Chu will go back to second. We will try the 2-2 pitch again. Infield, a couple of steps around to the left side, as you can tell, up the middle, and now moving over on the shortstop side of second, Jose Altuve. Call strike 3, and Rios knew it. Pitch came back to the outside corner. Feldman gets a strikeout. And the Rangers strand a runner in the sixth. After 6 complete, Rangers nothing, Astros nothing on TXA 21. On TXA 21 is sponsored by Freedom Chevrolet. Nobody beats a Freedom deal. Nobody. HOU Darvish back to the hill. The crowd having a great Friday evening out here at Globe Life Park. A little dissension among the two of them. One Astro fan, one Ranger fan. They'll get that worked out. Rangers trying to get it worked out behind HOU Darvish. Alex Presley, the number 2 hitter in the order, takes a fastball just off the plate for ball 1. Presley tonight 0 for 2, a ground ball and a strikeout. Presley acquired right at the end of spring training from the Minnesota Twins. And he pops it up on the infield. Wilson and Andrews, Elvis Andrews, on the grass between the bag and the mound. Makes the grab. Presley retired, 1 gone for Jason Castro. And our Globe Life quote of the game is from Mike Maddox, talking about HOU Darvish. I see a player more confident in his surroundings. Nothing's new to him anymore. He knows he's one of the top pitchers in the league, and it's kind of like a guy that we talk about so often, what it takes to believe in yourself. Most of the time it's just success, and HOU Darvish certainly in the 2 years over here with the Rangers has had enough success to really believe that he belongs, and he is one of the elite pitchers that he is in the American League and all of baseball.
He's definitely proven that his success in Japan can translate into equal success over here. And now it's just a matter of how good he can be. Where does he go from here? If he never gets an inch better, he's still going to be a great pitcher.
Yep. Jason Castro takes the next pitch outside. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Castro a fly out to center and a strikeout against Darvish. Ranger right-handers ready, and the 2-0 pitch. 2-1.
Pretty good 2-0 pitch right there in a 0-0 ball game. Looked like a cutter, maybe a slider down and in.
Yep.
Definitely not a good pitch to hit. Castro has some power. He hit 18 home runs last year in only 120 games. In this kind of a game, he's not one of the guys you'd want to just give a good pitch to for the sake of throwing a strike.
Rolled out into the middle of that shift, and Josh Wilson from shallow right field throws on to first. There are 2 outs for Jose Altuve.
Darvish now with 2 outs in the 7th inning has only thrown 79 pitches.
Now this is better than his outing in Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
He was up at 89 through 7 down there. You see the pitch totals. The consistency of that is remarkable. 4th inning when he had the 3 consecutive strikeouts, the only time he's been above 11 pitches in a frame. Well, here's Altuve, who was popped out and grounded back to the box. And that breaking ball pushes him away, but catches the inside corner. Altuve, the diminutive second baseman for the Astros. He takes that blistering fastball on the outside corner. It's 0-2.
In Tampa Bay, Darvish was on the verge of a no decision. He came out after the 7th inning, but in the very next inning, Elvis hit the 2-run homer and got him a win.
0-2 pitch. Tried to heat him up upstairs, and Altuve just able to get a piece of it to stay alive. Yeah, the mechanics of this game are entirely different than the game in Tampa Bay when there were base runners all over the place, but the results have been the same so far. Just outside. That being zeros up on the scoreboard.
He has not walked a batter. He only walked 1 batter in his opening game. So in just about 14 innings, he's had 14 strikeouts and only 1 walk.
Now 2-2 to Altuve. Altuve taking a little time getting back in there. Planting that right foot right on the back line of the batter's box is Darvish. Nods in agreement and sets. Breaking ball, couldn't get Altuve to bite. And the count has gone full. So with 2 outs, Altuve trying to get aboard the DH Chris Carter, who waits to be next. Two outs, 3-2 the count. Darvish with the payoff pitch on the way. Outside, ball 4. Well, that pitch didn't miss by much, but Altuve draws the 2-out walk, and now you got to be careful because Altuve is a good base stealer.
Darvish got ahead, no balls and 2 strikes, and was very careful after that. Was all around the plate, but not in the strike zone, and ended up walking Altuve.
Altuve now at first. Chris Carter, who has struck out and fouled out. Makes that first breaking ball that stays a little bit high. 1 ball, no strikes.
Astros have stolen 7 bases, 3 of them by Altuve. They haven't had a base stealer thrown out yet. They hadn't thrown anybody out yet either until tonight. They've thrown out a couple of Rangers.
Altuve with 68 stolen bases the last 2 years. And he's very definitely a threat to go. Carter, a rip and a miss on the breaking ball. 1-1. Most in the American League stolen base-wise. The Astros, the White Sox, the Tigers, and the Royals all trailing the Yankees by a couple. To center field. On comes Leonis Martin. He comes up with it as he had to put on a burst of speed right at the end and picked it right off the side.
Yeah, if that ball had kicked away from him, Altuve probably would have scored.
Nice play by Leonis Martin, picking it right off the shoe top height And that will do it for the Astros. There's Bo Porter's out there to talk a bit, but that certainly is not going to be reviewed, I wouldn't think. Bo Porter out there talking to the first base umpire, Rob Drake, just in case. Nope, nothing going there. So that'll do it. The Astros are gone. It's stretch time here at the ballpark. Still no score in Arlington. Energy replay. It's all about Hugh Darvish. And well, you talk about energy. How about strikeouts? 8 of them tonight for the Ranger right-hander. All different manner of breaking ball and fastballs that have gotten guys. Well, he has been as sharp as ever here this evening. TXU Energy, the right things right now. One hit, one walk, he punch out.
Good assortment of pitches tonight. He's had a really good curveball, good life on his fastball, good everything tonight for him.
Now he just gets some good run support from the Rangers here in the 7th inning. Make that stand up for another couple. For the Rangers, it'll be the middle third of the order to face Scott Feldman. And Feldman's been pretty good himself. He has allowed just 2 hits. Given up 3 walks, so it's put him in trouble just a couple of innings, but he's been able to work around any of that. He will face Prince Fielder, who drew one of those walks leading off the 2nd inning. The Astros into a big shift as Feldman deals a breaking ball, and it's 1-0. Fielder, Kuzminoff, and Moreland, the first 3 Rangers to do the swinging here in the 7th inning. Pop down the left side. That will twist its way back into the seats. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, we told you at the outset, a pretty stiff breeze blowing in from right center field. About 15, 18 miles an hour. It's stayed pretty steady. That would normally indicate there's a jet stream going out toward the Ranger bullpen. We haven't had a ball hit sharply out that way to really be able to gauge it. Good look at the flags up on top of the signage in dead center field. Maybe Prince will give us an idea with a rocket out there. Rolled over on one. He rounds out to the shortstop on the first base side of the bag. That's VR. And that's out number 1.
Last year, Scott pitched for the Cubs. He also pitched for the Orioles. Had about 90-plus innings with both teams. Only had a .234 opponent's batting average against him, 159 hits in 181 innings, which is why he was attractive as a free agent. Got a nice contract with Houston, a 3-year contract, somewhere around $30 million. Sometimes teams that don't anticipate being in a pennant race will sign a player or a pitcher like Scott with the idea that he'll help them for 3 or 4 months, and then in a pennant race they'll be able to turn him over and get young prospects for him as they try to rebuild. But in Scott's case, with a 3-year contract, that may not be the case. He may be a veteran kind of guy that they want at the top of their rotation to help lead a young staff. You have to have some stabilizers in your rotation, and he's a very good one.
Yeah, we talked about the Astros farm system. A couple of their young phenoms, if you will, pitching-wise, are either at the big league level or getting ready to come to the big league level. And having a guy like Feldman around help them show them the ropes for the first couple of years would be a benefit, I would think.
I would too.
1-2 the count to Kevin Kuzminoff. Kuzminoff has grounded out and flied to right field. Feldman, a long look in. Now the right-hander goes to the wide. And the fastball is fouled off the mask of Jason Castro. We'll try it again.
Well, the Rangers have had some pitches to hit tonight. It's not like every pitch has been perfect with his cutter and his sinker and his curveball. He's hung some curveballs. That was a high fastball that Kevin had a good swing at, but they just haven't really been able to connect.
Another 1-2 pitch. Now 2-2. Castro flashing the signs out. Kuzminoff waiting. Well, Feldman has the one he wants, and the 2-2 pitch is high. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Scott's first 2 starts, he's thrown 102 pitches and 106 pitches. 94 pitches so far tonight.
Kuzminoff trying to get aboard here in the 7th inning with 1 out. Feldman's payoff pitch. Hit him. Well, it cuts your walk total down.
Yeah, it's only 74 miles an hour, so if you're ever going to stand there and take one, even though it's going to be ball 4 anyway, that would be the one to do it with.
Well, Kuzminoff trots down to first. Probably won't even have a bruise from that. Got him just above the belt buckle.
Anyway, that's a curveball that just got away from Scott.
Yeah. Well, the hit batter puts Kuzminoff aboard, and Mitch Moreland now will face Scott Feldman. Moreland, a ringing double back in the 2nd inning. That was the best opportunity that the Rangers had at 2nd and 3rd and 1 out, and could not get a ball put in play to get the runner home. Well, Moreland 1 for 2. Breaking ball in the dirt, and it hit him. Take it back, it bounced away from Castro. That breaking ball was right down on top of Moreland's shin, and Mitch took it. That puts 2 aboard with 1 out.
Back-to-back curveballs. One way inside to a right-hand hitter and one in the foot of a left-hand hitter. I had a pinch hitter here, it looks like. Jim Ducey.
J.P. Arancibia, the scheduled hitter, called back. Jim Ducey is going to be the pinch hitter. So Ducey has done very well as a pinch hitter coming off that Ranger bench. Up there now hitting for Arancibia. Kuzminoff at 2nd. Moreland at 1st, and Brent Strom, the pitching coach, is going to go out and have a little chat with Scott Feldman. Also give the bullpen an opportunity to get going. That's Kevin Chapman, the left-hander.
He's the only left-hander in the Astros bullpen.
Bullpen ERAs, considering the Rangers and the Astros have the 2 of the bottom 3 overall ERAs, no surprise the bullpens have had trouble also. And, that's the case for both teams. So here's a Ducey. Runners at first and second, one out. A scoreless ball game here in the seventh. Ducey 3 out of 5 and 2 for 4 as a pinch hitter this year. And he fouls back that first pitch from Philbin. It is 0-1. Ducey appeared in the game on Wednesday, was 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter. He got a pair of pinch hit RBI singles, and he gets this one right in the fist. Going to move the runners along by 90 feet, but the out is recorded at first, 4-3 on the putout. So with 2 outs now, runners at second and third. Leonis Martin is coming up.
Second time the Rangers have had men at second and third. Back in the second inning, they had second and third and 1 out. Couldn't get a guy in. There's the cutter that he runs up and in to the left-hand hitter. Hit him right off the fist. Weak ground ball is an out at second base, but too slowly hit to even consider a double play. A little base hit that's somewhere in the outfield could score 2 runs right here.
Castro going to go out and say something to Scott Feldman. Jonathan Villar, the shortstop, is going to come in. They're probably taking their time to get the left-hander Chapman ready in case Bo Porter wants to make that move. Brent Strom talking with Bo Porter. Strom, of course, the pitching coach, and see what the options are. And Bo Porter just put up 4 fingers, so they're going to go ahead and walk Leonis Martin. And we'll see if that brings a counter move from Ron Washington with the second baseman Josh Wilson waiting in the on-deck circle. The options you have on the bench, you still have Robinson Chirinos, Michael Choice, and Donnie Murphy. They're all right-handed hitters. And the third wide one, make that the fourth wide one is issued. So Leonis Martin draws the intentional walk. And Josh Wilson is stepping to the plate.
And Josh has put the ball in play a couple of times. He grounded out to first in the hole and then lined out into right center field. Fowler ran it down in the gap.
And you remember on opening day, Josh Wilson had that big 3-run double off of Cliff Lee. And a bases loaded 2-bagger into the left field corner. The base is full of Rangers. 2 outs, a scoreless ball game, bottom of the 7th inning. Josh Wilson is grounded out to first and lined out to center. First pitch to him, he's going after the breaking ball and couldn't quite get it. 0-1. Wilson hitting at .333. Scott Feldman with back-to-back hit batters and an intentional walk. And Wilson down on the count now, 0-2 as he got fisted with that fastball. Jack Qualls, the right-hander, has joined Kevin Chapman in the Astros bullpen. No balls, 2 strikes to Josh Wilson. Kuzminoff, the runner at third, Moreland at second, Leonis Martin at first. Breaking ball got him swinging. Well, Feldman gets the strikeout with the bases full. The Rangers leave them loaded. As we go to the 8th inning, it remains the Rangers nothing, the Astros nothing on TXA 21. 2021 Honda Dealer of the Game is Vandergrift Honda. The Ranger fans happy, but they would have been even happier had the Rangers cashed in on the opportunity in the bottom of the 7th inning. So HOU Darvish now back to the hill. A scoreless game. Mark Krause leading off for the Astros here in the 8th and takes ball 1. Robinson Chirinos has entered the game to take over behind the plate. Krause 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. Takes ball 2. Just one hit in the first 7 innings for the Astros. Had a leadoff single by Matt Dominguez in the 6th inning. Dominguez, the next scheduled hitter. That's out of play off the bat of Krause. 2-1. Darvish, 92 pitches. 58 strikes this evening. A very solid job by the Ranger right-hander. Two-1 to Krause. Couldn't get that to come in the back door. It's 3-1. Well, Krause, the number 6 hitter. Trying to get aboard. Matt Dominguez is waiting to be next.
The only hit that the Astros had led off the 6th inning, so they have had a leadoff runner.
And Krause hits a towering fly ball shallow center. Jonas Martin making his way in, and he grabs it for out number 1.
Krause had a pretty good swing at that fastball. It was a fastball count, but he got underneath it, popped it up to center field. Darvish now cruising along at 94 pitches here in the 8th inning. 1 out in the 8th inning. Nice pitch count. Tough day to hit. 3 total hits in the game.
And as Tom told you, Matt Dominguez had the only Astros hit, that leading off the 6th inning.
The interesting thing about that hit, it came 1 pitch after he hit a foul fly ball down the right field line. It was a difficult play for Alex Rios, right against the wall down the right field line. Alex got to the wall, couldn't get a glove on it. Tough play, but a ball that did stay in. Next pitch, he hit that soft single to center field, an off-speed pitch right off the end of the bat.
A little check swing roller down to first, and it is no balls and 2 strikes. Darvish back on top of the hill. Staring into Robinson Chirinos from the signs. And Dominguez pops it up. Fielder over at the railing, but that's 5 rows back and out of his reach. Well, we'll try it again at 0-2. A happy young lady. She has 1 more foul ball than I ever got at a big league game.
Me too.
Darvish ready to go. Another 0-2 is coming. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Darvish working here in the 8th inning. There's no action right now in the Ranger bullpen. So this is all HOU Darvish in this game. 1-2 pitch. Got him swinging. 94 up a little bit. Dominguez becomes the 9th strikeout for HOU Darvish.
He went with the heat. Didn't miss the bat by much. Right down the middle of the plate. Just threw it by him.
The base is empty now for Robbie Grossman, who has struck out and grounded to third. Grossman, the switch hitting outfielder, takes ball 1. A home run, 3 driven in for Grossman, hitting, as you saw, at 083. Ball 2 is away. Darvish, ready to work. And Grossman pulls it on the ground to Fielder. Fielder will take it to the bag himself, and the 8th inning has come to a close. Yu Darvish, a 1-2-3 frame. The Astros are gone. After 7.5, Rangers nothing, Astros nothing on TXA 21. A road trip with your Texas Rangers this season. And Texas Rangers destination trips feature hotel accommodation, game tickets, a VIP reception, and a player meet and greet. You can meet Elvis Andrus in Denver. That's coming up May 5th through the 7th. Sign up and details at texasrangers.com/destinations. We had a great Ranger destination trip to Boston this last road trip. Had a lot of fans that had a great time up there at Fenway. Chad Qualls, the veteran right-hander, 35-year-old who lives in Austin, on now to take over, and Scott Feldman finished after 7 shutout innings.
Qualls is a veteran, 35 years old. A veteran of 663 Major League games coming into the season with a nice ERA. 3.79 lifetime ERA. Been around with a number of different teams. Houston originally, Arizona, Tampa Bay, San Diego, Philadelphia, Mets, Pittsburgh. Last year had a good year with Miami, a 2.61 ERA.
Top of the order for the Rangers, Shin-Soo Choo has hit aboard twice. He's going to ground out to shortstop, though, on across the diamond. And Qualls gets the right-hander to ground out. Scott Feldman coming off after the 7th inning. The big hut from Bill Porter, and certainly all the Astros very well aware of the heavy heart that Scott Feldman had to be pitching with tonight. And boy, hats off to him. A great performance under the most adverse conditions.
It's his 3rd straight start that's been excellent. 6 2/3, 7 and 7. 2 hits, 3 hits, and 2 hits. Hasn't given up more than 3 hits in a game yet. Only 1 run in 3 games. He's faced good teams too, the Angels, the Yankees, and the Rangers.
Joakim Soria getting ready in the Ranger pen. So if Elvis drives it out of the ballpark again, be Joaquin's turn to come on in and shut it down. Outside from Qualls, 2-0. Elvis has had one at bat against Qualls and 1 for 1 with a single. 2 hits for the Rangers, 1 for the Astros. Darvish, another outstanding effort, not only this year, but against the Astros. He has just been dominant. 2-0 pitch. Slow chopper, foul outside third. And Tom, Qualls, another one of those guys you're talking about that the Astros have brought in for the veteran influence on the younger pitchers.
Yeah, their bullpen last year was a problem for them. And they, it's tough when you've got a young staff. You, at least when they do have a lead, want to give them a chance to win a game. And I think Qualls is one of those veteran guys that hopefully, in their mind, will be able to come in and stabilize their bullpen a little bit.
Outside, 3-1 now to Elvis. Well, in the 8th inning, another scoreless ball game. This last Sunday, last time that HOU Darvish pitched, that's Elvis Andrus leaving the yard. Elvis left the building with that, and the Rangers won it 2-0 on the strength of his first home run. The 3-1 pitch here. Yeah, he was looking for something to drive there. He turned on that a little bit.
Pretty good movement on that 92-mile-an-hour sinker.
Well, the count has gone full to Andrus. Elvis trying to get aboard in front of the number 3 hitter, Alex Rios. Qualls ready. And that's a slow chopper that Qualls can't get. It's going to be a base hit for Elvis. And the Rangers have the go-ahead run at first with 1 out. And Elvis has a 10-game hitting streak.
A little bit different than the home run he hit in Tampa, but maybe it'll start a rally just as effective. There's a sinker away that he just barely got a piece of. Qualls a little like the ball that Scott Feldman had trouble with between first and the pitcher's mound. Never did quite get to it. Now Altuve didn't have time to get to it. Not much Qualls could do. Couldn't quite get to it. Works just like a punt.
So Elvis at first with 1 out. Alex Rios steps to the plate. 0 for 3 tonight. A couple of ground outs and a strikeout. Rios with the average at .333 as he faces Qualls. The right-hander sets a check of Elvis. And the pitch outside for ball 1. Rios 0 for 1 in the only at-bat he has had against Qualls. Alex leading the team with 6 runs driven in. Elvis stepping off a pretty good lead at first base as Qualls sets. He had Elvis kind of leaning out over that front leg, but Andrus able to get back with a dive. Elvis already caught 1 time tonight. Trying to throw out some larceny at second. 1 ball, no strikes to Rios. There goes Elvis. The pitch is grounded foul outside third. Now Andrus will retrace his steps and will come back and try the pitch to Rios again. Now he's checking the marks out on that bat to see if he can figure out where that got hit.
Qualls a little bit deliberate to the plate. Has kind of a high leg kick. Not sure if he has a glide step or not.
Elvis again, a good lead at first. He's on the move again. The pitch is a breaking ball for a strike. The throw this time, not in time. Castro thought he got it down there quickly enough, but Elvis able to sneak and round the tag by Altuve.
Castro's thrown well today. He's thrown out a couple of Rangers. Nice, strong, accurate arm. But see, Qualls has a relatively high leg kick. took a little bit of time to deliver it to the catcher, and Elvis that time was able to steal it on the pitcher.
I think what Jason Castro might have been seeing too. He saw that ball caught by Altuve way out in front of the bag. And that, of course, takes longer to catch the ball and bring it back than to catch the ball on the bag. So 1-2, the count to Rios. Elvis at second base. Got him swinging. Good breaking ball from Qualls. That is out number 2 and brings up Prince Fielder. And I would be surprised here if Bo Porter lets Qualls pitch to Fielder.
Well, they walked Leonis Martin back in the 7th inning. To think that they'd walk Fielder right here.
Yeah, they're going to put the big guy on intentionally to work to Kevin Kuzminoff. Again, the Rangers have used their only left-handed hitter off the bench. That was Jim Adduce. They used him last inning. Kuzminoff, a right-hander. The bench also with Murphy and Choice from the right side. Also Adrian Beltre over there, but I don't think he would be allowed to pinch hit.
Yeah, the problem with pinch hitting and you have a bad leg is you can go up there and say, okay, I'm going to try to get a base hit and I'm not going to run hard, but when you make contact with the ball, your first instinct is a quick step toward first base. It's very difficult not to do that. That's why if you've got a quad muscle or a hamstring injury, managers are reluctant to let you go up there until you feel like you can take that semi-quick step without re-injuring it or making it worse. He's probably comfortable with Kuzminoff up there. He's seen him for 30 games in spring training, hit line drives all over the ballpark. He's comfortable with him coming up and doing the same thing right here.
Hit 370 in the spring. Kevin Kuzminoff did, and he was second on the team in RBI. So an opportunity here to drive in the go-ahead run. Elvis at second, Prince Fielder at first, and Kuzminoff, who is 0 for 2 at the plate. Last time up, he was hit by a pitch. And now he's grounded out and flied out. Qualls okays the sign, a check of Elvis at second. Elvis is going to third. The pitch is in the dirt. And it will be a first and third situation as Elvis swipes his second base of the inning.
Even with 2 outs, you're still better off at third base. You can score on an infield hit, a pass ball, a wild pitch. If the pitcher is not going to pay attention to you and going to take that high leg kick, you might as well just trot over to third base.
Fielder, of course, staying at first. 1 ball and no strikes to count to Kuzminoff. Qualls getting set to throw his 18th pitch of the inning. Well, Kuzminoff had a breaking ball that stayed up.
He's had some good pitches. He just hasn't quite connected yet. He's had some good swings. That ball a little bit on the outside part of the plate. He knows exactly what's on the line right here. A no decision or a win. He got the hit from Elvis in Tampa Bay. He's looking for a hit right here from Kevin.
1 ball and 1 strike. Slow chopper hit down toward third, and Dominguez throws out Kuzminoff, and that'll do it. The Ranger threat dies with runners at the corners in the 8th inning. We're going to the 9th. Still, the Rangers nothing, the Astros nothing on TXA 21. 1 is sponsored by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your Texas Ford dealer today. Ford is the best in Texas. By Globe Life, the official life insurance company of the Texas Rangers. And by TXU Energy for home and business. 1-866-CALL-TXU. And the Rangers have called the bullpen as we get set to go to the 9th inning here at Globe Life Park. Joaquin Soria comes out of the bullpen to take over in a scoreless ballgame.
Joaquin had an outing in Boston with a big lead and gave up some runs. That's why his ERA is so high. Not much margin for giving up runs right here, though. Runs have been tough to come by. So have base runners, period. Houston has 1 hit. The Rangers have 3.
Jonathan Villar struck out both times as he faced Yu Darvish. Pitch is low from Soria. 1 ball and 1 strike. Villar hitting in the number 9 slot. Well, it will be 9-1-2 for the Astros to face Soria. And a little tapper by the mound. Oh, Soria grabs her on the backhand. I thought Kuzminoff was going to call him off. Nice play, though, by Soria to get the out.
A very nice play. It would have been a much easier play for Kuzminoff, who's way in on the grass. He was waiting to pounce on it. But right at the end, Soria stabbed it with his glove, took it right out of Kuzminoff's glove, and threw him out at first base. So either one of them could have made the play.
He surprised Kuzminoff, I think.
A nice play.
Well, Soria, a very athletic pitcher, and showing you some athleticism there. So 1 out, and Dexter Fowler up for his 4th at bat of the night. Fowler 0 for 3 with a couple of ground outs and a strikeout. And the first pitch from Soria is a bit low. Fowler, the switch hitter. Up there from the left side against the right-hander Soria. And just off the plate, Soria now falls behind 2-0. Fowler only 1 at bat against Soria. It was a strikeout. Kevin Chapman, left-hander, loosening once again in the Astros bullpen. And ball 3 is a bit low. So not the guy you want to put on with a free pass. Soria walks very few people, but this is the guy, as far as the Astros are concerned, you do not want to walk with his speed and where he hits in the top of the order. We have Alex Presley waiting in the on-deck circle. 3-0 pitch. Ball 4. 4-pitch walk puts Fowler aboard with the go-ahead run here in the 9th inning. Alex Presley coming up has popped up, grounded out, and struck out. Rangers a step or so around to the right for the left-handed hitting Alex Presley. In at double play depth, Andrus and Wilson. And the first pitch, a knee-high strike. Presley out, checking with third base coach Pat Listash. Going through a series of signs. Fowler stepping off his lead now from first. Rangers with double plays. They turned 10 in that 3-game series in Boston. That's why that, or one of the reasons they're leading all of baseball. Those 16 double plays turned. Quicker toss this time, and Fowler just able to get back under the swipe tag by fielder. Pretty close. Good throw by Soria. Presley still waiting. No balls and a strike. See Fowler, a pretty prolific base stealer. And that pitch in the dirt. Nice job by Chirinos. 1-1 the count. First base coach Tariq Brock over there helping Fowler read the signs from across the diamond. 1 on, 1 out. Scoreless ball game in the top of the 9th inning. Soria plants that foot right in front of the pitching rubber, and Presley back in the batter's box. There goes Fowler. The pitch is grounded weakly to the right side. Wilson throws on to first. Presley is out. Fowler now in scoring position, but there are 2 outs for Jason Castro.
For every time you get a man to second, it feels like a major rally in this game. Just haven't been many opportunities for either team. Good pitch by Soria. Jammed Presley. Nice simple ground ball. But on the play, Fowler's running, so he's in scoring position now for middle of the order. Castro, maybe Altuve.
Well, Castro steps to the plate 0 for 3. A ground out, a fly out, and a strikeout. Rangers putting semi-shift on against Castro. I would imagine that Soria would be a little bit careful with a left-handed hitting Castro. You got Altuve, a right-handed hitter, next. And he drops that breaking ball in for strike 1. I don't think there would be any such count on this at bat that would be a fastball count. You just go ahead and rear back and throw it. Castro 1 out of 10 with runners in scoring position this season. The 0-1 pitch. Took something off and got the foul ball. It's 0-2.
Well, there aren't many closers that come in the key situation. And the first 2 pitches are a very nice slow curveball and a very nice changeup. But Soria has a wide assortment of pitches, probably more so than most closers.
Castro getting back in the batter's box. Soria reading the signs from Robinson Chirinos. Dexter Fowler, the runner at second base, held pretty closely by Elvis Andrus. And a fastball off the plate inside is shot foul. We'll come back and try it again.
And velocity-wise, that was probably his best fastball. Scoreboard had that one at 93 miles an hour.
Had to look like about 193 after the first 2 pitches.
There's 3 pitches for you to hit. Problem for Castro, one was a slow curveball, one was a changeup, but that 0-2 pitch was a fastball, but with good velocity, and he wasn't sure he was going to get a fastball, and all he could do was foul it off.
Soria waiting. Back in there is Castro. Chirinos with the signs. Now Soria set to go. Another 0-2. Got him swing.
Just a good measure. Try a slider.
Down on the shoe tops, and that'll do it. No runs, no hits. The Walker left stranded. It's bottom of the 9th at Globe Life Park. A scoreless game with the Rangers coming up. Mitch Moreland will start things off. showing up here for the bottom of the ninth inning. A scoreless ball game. Young and old alike trying to root their Rangers on to a win here at home. And Kevin Chapman, the left-hander, has come out of the Astros bullpen to take over.
Well, the Rangers will send up Mitch Moreland, a lefty, Robinson Chirinos, a righty, and then Leonis Martin. So 2 out of the next 3 hitters are lefties. Chapman is the only lefty in Bo Porter's bullpen. On the season, 2 innings, giving up a couple of hits, 4 walks in 2 innings, and a home run. Not a real good start.
Chapman out of the University of Florida. He is on here to face Mitch Moreland, who really has been swinging one of the hotter bats on the Ranger Ball Club the last couple of days. Mitch, a double in 2 official trips, was also hit by a pitch tonight. Well, let's see if one swing of Moreland's bat can send this crowd home happy. No score. And Chapman getting set to work as Moreland steps into the batter's box. Outfield a few steps around to the left. The infield almost in a complete overshift. Breaking ball and a check swing foul. It's 0-1. Well, Mitch kind of got a semi-hanger on the first pitch, but is hanging too far inside to do much with it. Chapman out of Coral Springs, Florida. 26 years of age. Was 6'3", about 225 pounds. The 0-1 pitch. On the outside corner. Pretty good fastball. It's 0-2. Chapman's next pitch. And that's tapped foul behind home plate. Well, we will try it again. Chapman originally a 4th round pick by the Kansas City Royals back in the 2010 draft. Came over to Houston from Kansas City in the deal that sent Jason Bourgeois and Humberto Quintero over to Kansas City. Alexio Gondo loosening in the Ranger pen. And Moreland spoils a pretty good breaking ball away. It's back into the seats. Still 0-2. Chapman last year, 25 games with the Astros. Went 1-1 with a 177 earned run average. Pitching here in the bottom of the ninth inning, a scoreless ball game. This is the first game of a 3-game series with the Astros. First game of a 10-game homestand for the Rangers. Check swing. Did he go around? No, he did not, says Joe West. And the count moves to 1-2.
Good call. Might be one of those times where he tries to sneak a fastball by him, and Mitch guarding the plate rolls a ground ball right down the third baseline. Got a lot of room over there to shoot for.
Sure is. Swung on and missed. The ball pops out of Castro's glove, so enough to record the out at first. And Moreland is retired to start the ninth inning. Strikeout, 2-3 on the putout, and Robinson Chirinos will get his first at-bat of the evening. And before Chirinos gets a chance to face Chapman, Brent Strom, the pitching coach, going to go out to the mound and remind Chapman what the scouting report said about Chirinos. Robinson, you remember, a big home run on Tuesday night in Boston. Anthony Bass loosening in a hurry in the Astros pen. But Chirinos in a scoreless ball game in Fenway against Felix Doubront. Got a pitch out over the plate down on 3-2 and crushed it right out of Fenway across the street. And onto the Mass Turnpike.
That might have gone over the restaurant down the line in our ballpark.
Yeah, it would have been close.
Got to that next level.
Fastball is high for ball 1. Yeah, because I think it was still going up when it left Fenway.
I saw the replay of it, and they showed where it hit in the parking lot, and it went 2/3 of the way to the back of the parking lot.
There's a strike. 1-1 the count. Did it do any damage over there?
No, it didn't hit anything. I didn't think it hit anything.
Chapman working that gum over pretty well, and Chirino's taking a little bit of time getting back in. Crowd of just over 36,000 on hand here tonight for the opener of this 3-game set. 1-1 pitch. 1-2.
Having a hard time picking his fastball up. Nothing fancy there. Last 2 pitches.
Chirino sitting out of that slightly open stance. And call strike 3. That's 3 pitches right in the same spot.
Yeah, must not have been able to pick it up. First time I've seen Robertson go up there and not have an aggressive swing, but end up taking 3 fastballs. All good location for strikes inside part of the plate. Just not ready for the location of those fastballs. But all of them strikes.
So back-to-back strikeouts, and now with 2 outs, bases empty, Leonis Martin, who has a single and an intentional walk and 3 trips, takes a breaking ball for strike 1. Martin, the infield single in the 5th inning, intentional walk in the 7th. He's also grounded out to second tonight. Fouls back. It is 0-2.
I mentioned Chapman's record coming in: 2 innings, 2 hits, 4 walks, a home run, and an ERA of 18. But he's not throwing like that tonight. Throwing the ball where he wants to, a little bit on it.
Breaking ball, couldn't get Leonis to offer at that. It's 1-2. Krause, the first baseman, right on top of the line. He's trying to cut down the double down the line. Chapman sets the 1-2 pitch. And that's another foul at home plate. We'll come back and try it again. Martin with that base hit now is hitting at .258 for the year. Steps back in, taps the outside corner with the business end of his bat. Chapman reading the signs, and the left-hander is set. Just outside. 2-2. Like Castro wanted that pitch up, and Chapman went down and away. That's pulled to right field. It's going to be down for a base hit. In quickly to get it is Presley, and Leonis Martin with the winning run. Now at first base and 2 outs. Josh Wilson coming up.
Outfield's playing pretty deep. That probably would have been a base hit anyway, but he got a good chance of a ball dropping in front of him. Ball, it's right off the end of Leonis's bat. Breaks right down the middle of the bat, almost down to the handle. We got lefty on the mound. Good base stealer at first. Hasn't seen him before. Probably not too sure about the move.
Well, Leonis 0 for 1 as far as stolen bases tonight. He was caught stealing back in the 5th inning. Josh Wilson at the plate 0 for 3. He has grounded out, lined out, and struck out. First pitch is shot foul to the right. 0-1 the count. Wilson, as you can see, a .313 hitter. Martin stepping off his lead at first as Chapman reads the signs. Long look by Chapman. There goes Leonis. The pitch is fouled away down the right side. Well, Martin had a good jump that time. Had second base stolen easily, but Josh Wilson seeing a pitch too tantalizing not to hack at.
Well, if he's able to single into the gap out in right center field, might have scored all the way from first with a head start like that.
And 0-2 to Josh Wilson. Chapman a long look, and now he has the sign he wants. And a move that time to first, and that was read pretty handily by Leonis Martin. With the thing, and Tom, you mentioned this the other day about a left-hander. You always have to ask yourself when you haven't seen him before, is that his good move?
Yeah, not sure.
Leonis out there again. He's not going a place. A looper in the center field. Fowler coming on. Got the play on high. Going around to third is Leonis Martin. And with 2 outs, the Rangers have Shin-Soo Choo coming up and runners at the corners. The winning run is 90 feet away for Choo.
Well, a broken bat hit by Leonis, and a little blooper to center field by Josh Wilson. Fastball inside part of the plate. It's a pretty good pitch, really. Josh fights it off. Borderline strike. A little bit off the handle, but muscles it into center field for a base hit. And now Shin-Soo, who has done very well early in the season against left-handed pitching.
Choo tonight has walked twice, grounded out twice. Leonis Martin at third. Josh Wilson at first. Shin-Soo Choo this year has hit .455 against left-handers, 5 for 11. That's the run that counts right there. The winning run 90 feet away as Choo steps in. A lot of this crowd of 36,100 plus on their feet. And a breaking ball tickles the outside corner for strike one. Infield a couple of steps around to the right, not in an extreme overshift. Outfield way around to the left as that overhead shot shows you. 0-1 to Choo. Check swing just off the plate.
He just won't swing at those tempting pitches.
And you're right, Tom, that is frustrating for a pitcher.
It is. I think Scott made several pitches that he wanted to make, assuming they were close enough for a hitter to swing at, and they were for a lot of hitters. But Choo was able to lay off him and work a couple of walks against Scott.
Chapman's 1-1 pitch, inside corner. 1-2. Choo backing out of the way, and no plate umpire Monty Froster ringing that one up.
Well, good pitch. Thought it was a little more inside than that. That one caught the corner. Definitely high enough.
Martin at third, Wilson at first. Wilson not being held on. The 1-2 to Choo. Check swing did not go around, and the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Leonis Martin carrying the winning run at third base. Josh Wilson over at first, staying put. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Outside, 3-2. Chapman tried the breaking ball and didn't miss by much, but couldn't get chewed off. Well, it's a full count. Now Wilson will be off and moving, and Elvis Andrus, if the game continues, will have an opportunity to swing. The crowd on their feet. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Payoff pitch, low ball 4. That loads him up for Elvis Andrus.
That Chu's 0 for 2, but he's walked 3 times tonight.
And Bo Porter on his way to the mound. He wants the right-hander to come in to face Elvis. So, Devin Chapman, who struck out the first 2 hitters that he faced, gave up a couple of softly hit singles, then the walk to Chu, and he is gone just like that. Well, he started off like a house of fire, and all of a sudden we got it doused. We'll tell you about the new pitcher when we come back right after this on TXA 21. Right-hander has entered the ball game with 2 out. The bases full. A scoreless ball game in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Well, his job is pretty clear. He's got to get Elvis, or this game's over. Just getting a look at him from behind home plate, stepping up with a game plan in mind right here.
Well, Elvis, 1 for 4 tonight, extending his hitting streak to 10 straight ball games. The first 10 games of the 2014 season for Andrus. He would like to make it a 2-hit night. The Rangers would love to see that walk off here with a victory. They had back-to-back walk-off wins against the Phillies in the opening series. Got Martin at third, Wilson at second, Chu at first. Rangers on the top step getting ready to celebrate. And Elvis takes ball 1 low and outside. Wash has been in this position before, and not too long ago here at home. Bass set. And now time called. Castro asked for time. He wanted to recycle the signs for Bass. Bass from the San Diego Padres in the offseason. The 1-0 pitch to Andrus. Breaking ball, low and outside. It's 2-0.
In the last 3 innings, the Rangers have had 2 hit batters, 2 intentional walks, another walk, and 3 hits. Haven't been able to score yet, though. I'm going to make them throw you a good pitch right here. Not a terrible idea to look at one right here.
Yeah. Joakim Soy on the end of the bench. The pitcher of record for the Rangers. A 2-0 pitch. And there's one down the chute. It's 2-1. There are your runners. Leonis Martin at third, the one that's carrying the winning run. Josh Wilson and Shin-Soo Choo are following. Bass ready. The 2-1 pitch is on the way. Ground ball off the end of the bat. Altuve has it on to first, and we are going for bonus baseball tonight. Our Rangers get a couple of hits, leave them full, and we're going to the 10th inning here at home. The first extra inning game of the year is coming up next on TXA 21. Astros have only stranded 3, but it's still a scoreless ball game, and Alexi Ogando on to pitch the 10th inning and see if he can't keep it that way.
Well, Alexi the other day in Boston threw the ball as well as he's thrown it since the beginning of spring training. He had his velocity back. He threw a couple of great sliders, had an inning and 2/3 before he went back out for the 3rd time. Ended up walking the leadoff hitter, and then Przinsky hit that little blooper down the right field line that set up their big inning. But he threw the ball great, and that was a nice thing to see.
And working to Jose Altuve to start things off. Altuve swinging through a fastball. Now the 0-1 pitch. And that is a bit low from Alexi. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Altuve 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. 2 out of 7 career-wise against Ogando. Picked something off, got that in. A slower slider version, and it's 1-2. Ogando back to the plate. Just missed the inside corner. He's got his velocity back up there.
Yeah, it's good to see.
Rangers really can use Ogando at the back end of that bullpen, throwing like this. Big right-hander to the plate. And he misses low and outside. Well, the count is full to Altuve. You do not want to walk him to get aboard in front of Chris Carter. HOU pitch. Ground ball, Elvis. Jump throw. Got him.
Ooh, that was close. That might be a challenge.
Bo Porter's on his way out.
Beautiful play by Elvis. That was a hard hit ball by Altuve in the hole. Elvis made a quick move, a nice backhand, a nice accurate jump throw across the diamond, but Altuve runs well. Very close at first base. See if we can tell. There at From that angle, it looked like the throw might have gotten him. It's tough to tell.
Yeah, Rob Drake, first base umpire, making that call, and Bo Porter headed back to the dugout without much. There's a better look anyway.
I think it had him, and Altuve's foot touched the middle of the base.
Right.
In a perfect world, you touch the front of the base, and I don't know whether that's 1/100th of a second or exactly what it is, but it might be the difference between being safe and out. That's how close it is.
A nice play by Elvis to start things off, and here's Chris Carter, who takes low for ball one. Carter struck out, fouled out, and lined out tonight. 0 for 3. He is 1 for 6 against Ogando. And he hits a towering fly ball, shallow left field toward the line. Elvis, a long way to go. That wind pushing it.
It sure did.
Right over the tarp.
I thought that was going to be out in left field somewhere. When the ball is that high, then the wind can affect it. The wind's blowing in from right field. If you hit a line drive, sometimes you get the jet stream effect where it goes back right out toward right center field. But when it's that high, the wind will blow it back.
Look at the flags atop Globe Life Park. One ball, one strike, the count to Carter. Target set outside for Ogando. And he just missed a bit low. 2-1. Alexi, the 30-year-old out of the Dominican Republic. Carter, a rip and a foul tip. 2-2. Ogando set. And the pitch. Fouled away. A good weekend starting off here at this 10-day homestand. And Brad Peacock and Matt Albers loosening in the Astros bullpen. 2-2. This one's going to stay in play. Elvis backpedaling into shallow center field, puts his arms up and tells everybody else to back away. 2 out.
Saw Elvis stumble a little bit out there. Spikes almost got caught up in his pants. Whoops. Whoops. A little dance move right there.
Like stepping on your own shoelace. Elvis might have to have those tailored a little bit differently. No bases empty, 2 outs. Here's Mark Krause. Krause, a fly out, a ground out, and a strikeout as Ogando misses inside of the left-handed hitter. .125 the season average for Krause. 1-0 pitch. And this one's popped up. Kuzman off the third baseman. Almost dead in his tracks. Makes the grab, and that'll do it. It's a 1-2-3 inning, 14 pitches for Alexi Ogando. Bottom of the 10th coming up. Rios, Fielder, and Kuzman when we come back on CXA 21. And now the Rangers coming to bat. See if they can break through and get this first game from the Astros. Brad Peacock has come out of the Astros bullpen to take over. The 26-year-old becomes the 5th pitcher used tonight by Bo Porter.
It seems like we saw Peacock last year at least once, maybe a couple of times, as a starting pitcher. And at times he showed very good stuff. Had a pretty good curveball, good fastball. Working a middle relief role right now and struggling a little bit. He's had a couple of appearances, 6 1/3, 7 hits, and 5 runs. He's also walked 5 guys.
Well, he will face the middle of the Ranger order tonight. Alex Rios to start things off, to be followed by Prince Fielder and Kevin Kuzminoff. Rios is 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts and a couple of groundouts. 1 for 5. You can see that Alex has done against Peacock in his career. Peacock came over from Oakland along with Chris Carter. That was the deal that sent Jed Lowry to Oakland. And a fastball from the right-hander poured right through there for strike 1. Peacock to the wind, the 0-1. He's the breaking ball high. And Beltre, Elvis Andrus, never very far apart. The chopper foul. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Peacock originally with the Washington Nationals. He was their 41st round pick in the 2006 draft. That breaking ball is low, and that evens the count now at 2-2. Went from Washington to Oakland, and the deal that sent Gio Gonzalez the other way.
You don't see many games like this in our ballpark.
Sure don't.
Mainly because we don't usually get shut out. Other teams only had 1 hit in the ball game. And Peacock, so far this year, has been a little bit wild. 6 1/3 innings, 5 walks. 3-2 count here at Alex Rios. We'd love a leadoff walk right here for Prince.
Payoff pitch from Peacock. Low ball 4, and there's your leadoff walk.
There's ahead in the count. Couldn't get his curveball over, and then missed a little bit low with his fastball.
Bo Porter going to the paper to write down a note about that. So here comes Prince, 0 for 2 with a couple of walks, one of them intentional. And Castro going out to let the defense know and to let Peacock know exactly where the defense is going to play, because there's a huge hole, as you can see, on the left side from Dominguez, the third baseman, who's playing at shortstop. Over to the line, it's got to be 80 feet. And Peacock's pitch drops the breaking ball in for strike 1. The 2 times that Fielder did not walk tonight, he lined to first and grounded to short. Rios with very good speed at first base. He's on the move. The pitch is low. The throw is late. And Alex Rios, with his 3rd stolen base of the year, is in scoring position with nobody out.
Peacock, again, a little bit deliberate to the plate, a little bit of a leg kick. And they're really, right now, there's not too many base runners in the league that can steal a base better than Alex Rios. Gets a solid lead, a good jump. Excellent acceleration for a big guy. Excellent speed and no contest at second base.
Now they're going to go ahead and intentionally walk Prince Fielder.
The Rangers have left 8 men on in the last 3 innings. This will be their 3rd intentional walk in the last 4 innings. They've had a couple of other walks, several hits. First 2 men on here in the 10th.
Well, now it'll be interesting to see what Ron Washington does with Kevin Kuzminoff as the intentional pass is completed. First and second, nobody out, and Kuzminoff hitting 5th in your order.
It's a bunt situation, but he may not be the guy that you want to bunt.
Yeah.
If he does bunt him over, they'll walk Mitch Moreland, and
right.
so you have to decide, do you want Kuzminoff to swing first and second, or do you want Chirinos up with the bases loaded and 1 out?
3 career walk-off hits for Kevin Kuzminoff. None, however, in the last almost 4 years. July 20th, 2010. He's got the winning run at second base, nobody out in the bottom of the 10th inning. Brad Peacock, a long look in. Now the right-hander sets and checks second. No bunt here, and it pitches in the dirt for ball 1. Good job by Castro to keep that ball close to home. Brad Peacock really had things well in hand against Alex Rios. Had the advantage in the count and couldn't get him to offer any of the 4 pitches after the 0-2 count. Intentional walk after the stolen base. And now facing Kuzminoff, falling behind, 1 ball, no strikes. The right-hander set and misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Kuzminoff, the veteran hitter, looking for a pitch that he can drive to the outfield. Rios at the bottom of your screen, establishing his lead from second. Prince Fielder at first. The 2-0 pitch from Peacock. 2-1.
Anticipated a fastball and got it. May not have gotten a strike. Looking outside, might have been ball 3.
Kuzminoff with that slightly open stance up there. Peacock reading the signs. A letter high set. Line drive. If it's fair, it's a winner. Down the line, foul. Just foul. And everybody going back to where they began.
As right-handed batters tend to do on a ball down the right field line. It slices a little bit. It slices just about a foot foul. You see where it starts, way in foul territory, fair territory, and then slices into foul territory. Trying to use a little body English like Carlton Fisk did way back against the Reds in the World Series.
Well, Rios back to second, Fielder back to first, Kuzminoff back to the plate, and Peacock now wants Jason Castro to recycle those signs. 2-2 with nobody out. Peacock ready, a check of second. Breaking ball in the dirt, a check swing. The appeal to first, no swing, says Rob Drake, and the count is full.
Has to throw your fastball right here, and if you're Kevin, you just have to look for a strike. They can throw you a strike.
Well, a lot of this crowd of 36,150 have stuck around, and they are seeing the makings of another Ranger walk-off win.
From 16 pitches, 5 strikes, and 11 balls.
Peacock with the payoff pitch, way outside, ball 4, all the way to the backstop. And the Rangers have loaded the bases with nobody out, and Mitch Moreland is coming up.
The Rangers, in the last 3 innings, plus the 10th inning, have had 3, 4, 5, 6 walks. Several of them intentional. They have a defensive replacement, it looks like.
Yeah, better arm probably. Or they're going to go with a 5-man infield.
Yeah, they're going to use an extra guy in the infield right behind second base.
Now Marwin Gonzalez, an infielder. They're going to go with a 5-man infield. Just 2 outfielders. There's Marwin Gonzalez, and also a chat on the mound. Bo Porter telling everybody exactly where he wants them positioned. And I would imagine the last thing he's going to say before he leaves there is we need a strike thrown.
Well, he's thrown 17 pitches, five strikes, 12 balls. Rangers again left 8 men on in the last 3 innings. They have 3 men on right now.
Well, the base is full of Rangers, nobody out. Mitch Moreland will come to the plate to face Brad Peacock. Moreland is 0 for 4 with a strikeout against Peacock. He also has a walk in 5 trips to the plate. Tonight, 1 for 3 for Moreland. Had a double back in the 2nd inning. Infield, all 5 of them playing up at the cut of the grass. And the outfield coming to a point where they can ostensibly make a strong throw to the plate if there's a fly ball. Well, Mitch just trying to get it airborne somewhere over the infield. Peacock's first pitch. Breaking ball, a little bit low, ball 1.
Well, what's hurting Peacock is obviously his inability to throw strikes, but he's got a good curveball. He just hasn't been able to throw it for a strike, and the Rangers have been taking it. They haven't offered that low curveball out of the strike zone. You hit a ground ball through this infield, you found a hole, boy.
Yeah, you sure have. We'll look at Dominguez and VR on the left side. They're only about 20 feet apart, maybe.
Won't take much to find a hole in the outfield, though. There's only 2 of them out there.
1-0. Peacock ready. Outside, 2-0. Well, maybe Porter didn't suggest throwing a strike when he left. Moreland back in there. Rios down the line from 3rd. Fielder at 2nd. Kuzminoff at 1st. The 2-0 pitch. Ground ball. They're going to come home for 1. They get the 4th there on the sliding Alex Rios. And that is out, number 1. The bases remain loaded. And it will be Robinson Chirinos coming next. So 3-2 on the putout at the plate. Fielder's choice ground out, and you'll have the same defensive alignment with Chirinos up there. The only difference is now you have a slower runner at 3rd in Fielder. So it will be harder for Prince to score on a high chopper, for example, than it would have been for Alex Rios. Chirinos with his 2nd at bat of the night. Struck out the first time he was up there. Peacock's pitch. Ball 1 is inside.
They almost have to make him throw 2 strikes the way he's throwing right now.
Chirinos, you remember, in that game in Boston, led off the 3rd inning with a home run. Came up with the bases loaded the next time in that inning and had a bases loaded walk. He's up here in a similar situation, a scoreless ball game in the 10th. 1-0 pitch. Check swing, it is a strike. 1-1. Chirinos hitting .143 for the year. That time called. The shortstop, Jonathan VR, wanted to go in and have a little chat with Brad Peacock. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Rangers with the bases loaded here in the bottom of the 10th, and Peacock is ready. Fouled back. It's 1-2.
He got him on the backswing. Boy, that missed a lot of the helmet, too.
Yeah. Got him on the shoulder and bounced up in his jaw.
You got to make some contact here. All you got to do is hit it to the outfield. It's either going to be deep enough for a sacrifice fly or it's going to fall in probably for all the room out there.
That time called. Chirinos backs out. The 5-man infield employed by the Astros. The winning run 90 feet away being carried by Prince Fielder. Peacock is ready. The 1-2 pitch to Chirinos. Fouled away again. Had a pretty good pitch to work with the last 2 swings. Fouled them both back. Prince Fielder intentionally walked. He is now around at third, and he carries the only important run for the Rangers. That would be the game winner. Chirinos trying to get him home, and Peacock has the sign. Another 1-2 pitch is coming. Breaking ball just a bit low. 2-2. Peacock now 25 pitches, still only 9 strikes. Prince Fielder checking things out at third base. He is followed by Kevin Kuzminoff at second, Mitch Moreland at first. Chirinos back in the batter's box. Peacock's pitch. Got him swinging. Went upstairs, and Chirinos couldn't lay off. There are 2 outs, and it's going to take something special now from Leonis Martin if the Rangers are to win it here.
The one thing that's always possible is a walk. That was ball 3 right there, high fastball.
And Marwin Gonzalez went in and got an outfielder's glove because he's going back to play left field now instead of the 5-man infield. It's back to a normal alignment.
They're going over to right field, it looks like. Presley's going over to left field.
Switch with that, yep. So Gonzalez in right, now Presley in left. Leonis Martin at the plate. 2 for 3 tonight. Infield single, soft single to right. He's also had an intentional walk. Peacock ready for the first pitch to Leonis Martin. Outside for ball 1.
I don't think he's thrown a curveball over the plate yet.
Rangers have had 9 walks to go along with their 5 hits in this game. The 1-0 pitch coming to Martin. 1 ball and 1 strike. Castro out to talk to Brad Peacock. The 26-year-old right-hander back to the hill. Gary Pettis talking with Prince Fielder about maybe stealing home. You never know. Ground ball to second. Altuve on to first, and the Rangers, bases loaded and nobody out, and we're going to the 11th inning. Couldn't do a thing with it. Still scoreless in Arlington. They have stranded 14 runners tonight.
11 of them in the last 4 innings.
And as we head to the 11th now, it'll be Neil Kotz coming on to take over for the Rangers.
They've had 6 walks in the last 4 innings and stranded 11 runners. Bases loaded, nobody out, and a 2-0 count against a guy that wasn't throwing strikes. That is not a good offensive performance.
So Neil Kotz on now, facing the bottom third of the Astros order. Matt Dominguez to start things off. And the first pitch to him is low for ball 1. Dominguez with the only hit of the night for the Astros. That was a base hit to lead off the 6th inning. Kotz set, the 2-0 pitch. Now 2-1. Dominguez hitting at 147. And he takes strike 2. Dominguez 0 for 1, the only time that he has matched up with Neil Kotz. Outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes. And Dominguez leading off, trying to get aboard here to start the 11th inning. Marwin Gonzalez, who entered the ball game for defensive purposes in the bottom of the 10th, is waiting to be next. Payoff pitch. Up the middle into center field, a base hit. And Dominguez has both Houston hits tonight as he leads off the 11th with a single to center.
Yeah, the only hit they had through 10 innings was Dominguez's little blooper into center field off an off-speed pitch. Hit it right off the end of the bat. That was it. They didn't have anything else close to a base hit through 10 innings. This is a solid ground ball up the middle, though.
They're going to have a pinch runner, and L.J. HOU has come in now to take over the running chores for Matt Dominguez at first base. So HOU carrying the go-ahead run here in the 11th inning. Marwin Gonzalez up there to be asked to bunt, and he takes strike 1 from Kotz. Gonzalez a 143 average. Rangers have Kuzminoff creeping down the line from third as Scott sets. Again, the bunt is on, and it's fouled back.
Not a real good bunt attempt right there. Well, take two and hit him to a double play. That didn't really feel good going back to the dugout.
Yeah. Got a check of Hose at first, and he will go that way with the toss. Hose with pretty good speed. Look at this Astros team, and got 3 or 4 guys sprinkled in the lineup that can run pretty well. And the bunt, did he bunt through it? No, he did not. He appealed down to first. Rob Drake says no. He pulled the bat back. No, it's 1-2. Hose stepping the lead off at first. Here's Kutz. Studies the signs. Left-handers ready, a check of the bag and the pitch. Out of play. Gonzalez, you remember last year, the spoiler of the Darvish perfect game. In the second game of the season down in Houston. With that rocket right back through the wickets of HOU Darvish to ruin Darvish's bid for perfection on that night. Now facing Neil Kotz with a count of 1-2 here in the 11th inning. Hose the pinch runner. Gets his lead from first as Kotz sets. And a chopper over the mound near the bag at second. Andrews back to first in the dirt and picked by Prince Fielder.
That's what we said. Don't get the bunt down, then hit into a double play. That'll work.
The Rangers turn their 17th double play of the year as Elvis takes care of it. Well, that empties the bases now, and with 2 outs, Jonathan Villar, switch hitting shortstop, will come up. Villar tonight is grounded out and struck out twice. Sliced fly ball down the right side. That's back about 3 rows. It's 0-1. Villar, after his 0 for 3, hitting at 206 for the season. We mentioned the Astros dead last in the American League team batting. There's 203 coming in, and that hasn't gone up tonight. They have a grand total of 2 hits in 10 2/3. 1-1 the count to Villar. A late swing and a miss, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. So Neil Kotz, who was last on the mound on Wednesday night in Boston, Wednesday evening, giving up the 3-run home run to Big Pocket, David Ortiz. Hits the strikeout here, and the Astros are gone. No runs a hit, nobody left. After 10 1/2, we are still scoreless at Globe Life Park. things off, then Shin-Soo and Elvis Andrus. A couple of defensive changes for the Astros as we get going to the bottom of the 11th. L.J. Hose replaces Marwin Gonzalez in right field. Marwin Gonzalez moves in to play third base, and L.J. Hose stays in the ball game to play in right field. Here's Wilson, who's 1 for 4, and Peacock's first pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. Peacock had 3 walks last inning. There's L.J. Hosen, right? Peacock walked 3 batters last inning, one of them intentional, but Rangers couldn't do anything with it.
I think if the Rangers worked the count a little bit better and swung at strikes, he probably would have walked the winning run in.
They are across the diamond, and Wilson is retired. 1 gone. Here comes Shin-Soo Choo.
Peacock has been a starting pitcher, so the pitch count won't be a problem for him. He's threw a lot of pitches last inning, 31 pitches. This is his second inning, 1 out in his second inning. No one warmed up last inning, and he's back out again this inning.
Choo up the middle into right center field, a base hit. Well, Choo, to go along with his 3 walks, now has a single. And again, the Rangers have the winning run aboard. This time in the bottom of the 11th with 1 out, and Elvis coming up.
Well, Shin-Soo, you said it, Buzz, has walked 3 times tonight. First pitch hitting, gets a curveball that stays up above the knees and wraps it up the middle for a base hit. Came into the game with an on-base percentage of something like .475. He's up around 50% now. I've been on base 4 times tonight.
Now here's Elvis, 1 for 5. He did extend his hitting streak to 10 straight games. We'll see if Ron Washington has any running in mind with these two. Here's strike 1 from Peacock. Longest scoreless game here at Globe Life Park. You see Jason Frazier loosening. Back on August 25th of 2000, Rangers and the Blue Jays played an 11-inning scoreless game. The Rangers won it in the bottom of the 11th, 1-0. Kind of has the same feel here tonight. 1 ball and 1 strike.
The Astros have only left 3 men on base. They only had 2 hits. Ranger pitchers have only walked 1 batter. Rangers have left 11 men on in the last 4 innings.
Elvis waiting. Choo establishing the lead at first as Peacock reads the signs. Now the right-hander is ready, and now Elvis backs out. Peacock set. A check of Choo at first. Pitch out, and nothing happening there. It's 2-1. Well, Bo Porter trying to guess along with Ron Washington, and came up empty. We'll see if Ron Washington goes ahead and puts something on here at 2-1. Pretty tough to go pitch out back-to-back counts with that going. There goes Choo. He had a great jump, and Castro makes the catch and sticks it in his pocket. Choo with the stolen base. The Rangers now with the winning run at second base and 1 out.
Elvis ahead of the count. The guys in the middle of the lineup coming up.
The 4th stolen base, first by Choo this season. The 4th stolen base for the Rangers tonight.
Choo could steal third base if they don't hold him on at all over there. Both the second baseman and the shortstop are 30 feet away from him. Peacock a little bit slow to the plate.
Now the 3-1. Elvis a little tapper out in front. Peacock will throw to first for the out. HOU staying at second base. And that is out number 2. It'll be up to Alex Rios for the Rangers.
Alex Rios.
He didn't want to. He checked his swing. Unfortunately, made contact with the check swing. HOU stayed at second.
That's twice now in the last couple of games we've seen HOU not move over on a ball that looked like it would have been fairly easy for him to advance to third.
There's no way they're going to look at him. You got the pitcher picking up the ball trying to get one out. You just kind of take a few steps toward third, and as soon as he starts to throw to first, just trot over to third base. See where he is right now. Don't go back. Go to third right now.
So 2 outs. Alex Rios tonight 0 for 4 with a walk. Drew a walk the first time he faced Peacock, leading off the 10th inning. HOU at second. The first pitch to Rios. 1 ball, no strikes.
Not quite as critical to get to third base with 2 outs. But again, you can score from third in ways you can't score from second.
Sure.
Infield hit, pass ball, or a wild pitch.
High, fastball. And it's 2-0 to Rios.
Well, Peacock's battling out there. 16 strikes, 23 balls, but Rangers still unable to score against him.
Infield for Rios, a step or 2 around to the left. The outfield just about straight away. 2-0 pitch coming. Foul back. Darby started against the first 8 shutout innings tonight. Now just the one hit and 1 walk and 9 strikeouts. And it's popped up. Second baseman Altuve waving off everyone else. And that'll do it. Rangers get a base hit but strand their 15th runner of the night. We're going to the 12th. It remains Rangers nothing and the Astros nothing on TXA 21. Now the longest scoreless game ever played in this ballpark, Globe Life Park, and we go to the 10th or 12th inning, I should say. And a new pitcher on the hill for the Rangers will be the 36-year-old right-hander Jason Frazier.
Obviously, the Ranger pitchers have all done well tonight. The three relievers, Soria, Ogando, Kotz, all with shutout innings. Astros have only had 2 hits and a couple of walks. Jason had been throwing the ball well. I don't think if he can throw a shutout inning, the Rangers are due to score next inning and get him a win.
Yeah.
Jason's pitched 3 innings, given up 3 hits and a walk. Hasn't given up a run yet. There's a couple of strikeouts.
The Frazier will face the top of the order here in the 12th inning. Fowler, Presley, and Castro. First 3 due up for the Astros. Fowler's been aboard once tonight. He walked back in the 9th. 0 for 3 officially. And he takes strike 1 from Frazier. Good fastball to the outside corner. Pitch fouled back. Frazier, judging by his reaction, thought he got away with a hanger to Fowler. 0-2.
I'd say he did.
Yeah, he did.
Been a bad night for the hitters. Good night for the pitchers. They don't want to take anything away from the pitchers. They've all done their thing today. But the hitters have, when they've had their pitches to hit, really haven't cashed in.
2 hopper out to Josh Wilson. He handles that flawlessly. Fowler's retired, 1 away, and Alex Presley down. We'll face Jason Frazier. Yeah, it's been one of those weird nights in this ballpark. You know, normally, well, first of all, you don't see just 2 hits through 10 or 11 innings for anybody in this ballpark. It doesn't seem like, but been a lot of pitches that have been swung through or popped up that were hangers, you would consider a hanger. A lot of walks that weren't capitalized on. Presley takes the pitch low for ball 1.
Both starting pitchers threw well tonight and have been throwing well. Darvish had his 2nd straight scoreless outing, 7 innings in Tampa Bay, 8 innings tonight. Scott Feldman now has started 3 times. Pitched over 20 innings and only given up 1 run.
Oh, nice play by Josh Wilson to the backhand.
Well, he's been picking it out there at second base tonight. He's made a number of good plays.
That's some glove magic right there.
He had a couple of plays that haven't been simple hops to handle, but he's made them look pretty simple. Nice play by Josh.
2 outs, and Jason Castro, the catcher, will come up. Castro, a couple of strikeouts, a ground out, and a fly ball. 0 for 4 tonight. The batting average now is sunk to 156. Rangers in a pretty drastic overshift for the left-handed hitting Castro. The pitch outside for ball 1. The 3 infielders on the right side. Only Kevin Kuzminoff, the 3rd baseman, remaining on the left side. Robinson Chirinos flashing the signs out, and Frazier picks out one that he wants. Missed outside, 2-0. You see Frazier making a distinct effort to stay away from Castro. Castro, the one guy in the middle of the order right here that has pop in his bat to give the Astros a run on one swing of the bat. The 2-0 pitch to Castro. Came inside that time and got the foul ball. Castro, one of the guys that do a lot of reviews over the winter and Should we trade him? Should we not trade him? As far as the Astros are concerned, one of the very tradable guys that they have on their major league club. No swing, 3-1. A lot of other teams interested in the catcher, left-handed hitting catcher like Castro, and the Astros said, no, we better hang on to him. Got a pretty good young core of players ready or just about ready. They want Castro to be part of that. 3-1 pitch. And he went around on the swing. It's 3-2. Jose Altuve would be next if Castro extends this 12th inning. Jason Frazier trying to get the Rangers back to the bench in a scoreless game. Frazier nods in agreement. And now the payoff pitch. Ball 4. I'm not going to give in to Castro with the game on the line, basically. And now he'll work to Altuve.
Altuve is a good hitter. Less likely, however, to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Outfield playing deep so that he can't hit the ball over their head, keep the ball in front of you. A lot of room out there to drop a single in, but that won't score a run.
Altuve a walk and 4 trips at the plate, and no success in his career against Jason Frazier. 0 for 5. Up the middle, Elvis. Little backhand flip to Wilson at second. And the force play ends the 12th inning for the Astros. No runs, no hits, 1 left. Rangers coming back in the bottom of the 12th. Fielder, Kuzminoff, and Moreland next on TXA 21. Out here when you look at the scoreboard, with fans having a great time at Globe Life Park tonight. No runs on 6 hits for the Rangers, no runs on 2 hits for the Astros. Both ball clubs playing error-free baseball. Brad Peacock back to the hill. Will be beginning his 3rd full inning of work, and he will face Fielder, Kuzminoff, and Moreland. Told you about this being the longest game that the Rangers have played, a scoreless variety in this ballpark. Longest game in the history of the Rangers, going back to Arlington Stadium times. It was back in September of 1992 with 13 innings. Yeah, Chris Fielder trying to end it right here and swung through a hanging breaking ball.
Well, Prince has been walked intentionally his last 2 times up. He also had another walk, so along with Chu, he's walked 3 times today. Looking to one swing of the bat to right field.
Breaking ball, and that's a little bit low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Game we were talking about in September 1992. The Minnesota Twins won it 1-0 in 13 innings at old Arlington Stadium. Good ground ball to the shortstop spot, but it's the third baseman Gonzalez handling it on to first. That's out number 1. Kevin Kuzminoff is coming up.
Peacock, coming into this game, had pitched twice and thrown 6 1/3 innings, so he has obviously been a long reliever. So the fact that he is in here for his 3rd inning is not a surprise. That's the way he's been used this year. But no one else has warmed up. If they happen to score in the top of the inning, I'm sure someone would get up to be the closer. Not exactly sure who their closer is today. Maybe Matt Albers.
Kuzminoff going after a breaking ball with no success. It's 0-1.
But the Rangers obviously let Peacock out of the 10th inning, and since then he's getting a little bit better as he gets warmed up. Throwing his breaking ball over the plate now.
1-1 to Kuzminoff. Kevin tonight 0 for 3 officially. Been aboard a couple of times, hit by a pitch in the 7th and walked in that 10th inning. The 1-1 pitch. Line to right field. It's sinking in a hurry and will be down in front of HOU. Well, Kuzminoff, opposite field base hit. He's aboard with 1 out. And Mitch Moreland is coming up. Seventh hitter tonight for the Rangers.
Low fastball, actually a little bit out of the strike zone. Good job by Kevin lining that ball into right center field. Mitch had a shot his last time up. Bases loaded, 2-0 count. Top going to first base for a force out.
Mitch doubled way back in the 2nd inning. Also has been hit by a pitch. 1 for 4. Officially tonight, that batting average, as you can see, at .267. And Peacock able to drop that big breaking ball in for strike 1. Outfield, shading Moreland around to the left side. The infield, again, in that overshift. Gonzalez, the third baseman, midway between third base and second base. Inside, down around shoe top high. And the count evens at 1-1. Good shot from our wedgie cam out there in right field. In the lead of Kevin Kuzminoff. Another hanger swung through. 1-2. Moreland waiting. Kuzminoff getting the lead at first. 1 on, 1 out in the 12th inning. In the dirt, Kuzminoff headed to second, and Castro couldn't find the ball. It was out in front of Moreland, so Kuzminoff in on the wild pitch.
Nice base running there, right there by Kevin Kuzminoff. He saw that ball in the dirt. He didn't hesitate. Second, he realized that ball was in the dirt. He didn't wait to see where it was going to go. He just took off. A pretty good job by Castro to block it, but then he couldn't get around Mitch to go get it. Mitch doesn't know which way to go, so he just stands there. Castro blocked out, couldn't come up with it to make the throw anyway.
Moreland setting the pick, and he picked off Castro.
Yeah.
That's good.
Got the winning run at second base now.
2-2 to Moreland. Time called as Mitch backs out. And with that runner at second, that forces Gonzalez, the third baseman, to cheat closer to the bag at third. That leaves that shortstop hole vacated. Peacock okays the sign. The 2-2 pitch coming to Moreland. Calls strike 3. Outside corner. That is out number 2.
What you call a perfect pitch. Hadn't been a hitter alive that thought that was a strike. But that ball is just barely touching the low outside corner. So you can't make a better pitch than that and throw a strike. And without throw and throw a strike.
Now here's Robinson Chirinos, who's been up twice tonight since coming into the game and has struck out both times. And he takes strike 1 at the knees. Chirinos 133 on the season, has the winning run at second base. Bottom of the 12th inning. Ball is just a bit low. And Castro now going to go out and have a chat with Peacock. In case you were wondering, 15 is not the team record for extra inning games. 22 men stranded back in 1974. That's getting a lot of folks on, Tom. You were part of that team.
Yeah, I probably was the one that wasn't on base. I was the one leaving him on base, probably.
You were the strander?
Yeah.
Not the strandee? A ball and a strike. Kuzminoff the lead from second, right there at the bottom of your screen. I don't think the crowd's in any mood for a stall tackle.
They want to see that base hit and see that run come home. So does Robinson.
Yeah. Now Peacock is ready to work. And he takes low. Chirinos now the advantage in the count at 2-1. Peacock about ready to throw his 56th pitch of the 3 innings that he has worked here tonight. Outside, and it's 3-1. Last time Chirinos got ahead in the count like this was on Tuesday night in Boston. He deposited the next pitch outside of Fenway Park.
Yeah, here's where you got a chance now. Get out in front of one. Not worried about getting on base. Worried about driving in the run with 2 outs right here. So he throws you a good pitch to hit. This is not a time to work the count. This is time to drive a run in.
3 balls, 1 strike, 2 out. Peacock, a long look in. The right-hander's ready. And it's fouled out of play to the right.
Got a pitch to hit. Took a rip at it. Just fouled it off. First base open, so he conceivably doesn't have to throw you a fastball right here. He's starting to locate his breaking ball a little bit better. Got a pretty good curveball. You just have to be ready for anything.
Leonis Martin waiting in the on-deck circle, hoping to congratulate the game winner, Kevin Kuzminoff, crossing home plate. Payoff pitch coming. Hard hit by Altuve to center. Here comes Kuzminoff. Here comes the throw. Not in time. And the Rangers walk it off on the bat of Robinson Chirinos. Robinson Chirinos, how about having a week? He's had a week in the last 2 games, and he's put 3 home walk-off wins for the Rangers already this year. And Robinson Chirinos getting the job done tonight after the night he put up in Boston on Tuesday night. Chirinos' second career walk-off hit. And he makes the Rangers and Jason Frazier a 1-0 winner here tonight.
Well, he had the 3-1 pitch to hit. He had a good rip at it. He fouled it off, came back with another fastball, and this time he was ready for it. It was one of the harder balls hit all night long. Shot it right by Altuve. Well hit ball. Happy night for Robinson.
Similar place to that ball he hit out in Fenway Park, down and over the middle of the plate. This time he went right back through the middle with the game winner. Altuve couldn't quite reach it on the dive. Well, the Rangers get their record back to 500. They go to 5-5 with the win here tonight. They drop the Astros to 4-7. Kevin Kuzminoff slides home with the winning run. And the skipper and Tim Bogart and everybody on that bench saying, yeah, that's what we've been waiting for. So after all the opportunities, it took a 2-out base hit after a wild pitch for him to win it. They got the job done. And let's head down to the field. We have Robinson Chirinos standing by. Robinson, congratulations. That had to be a great feeling considering all the things you guys went through with so little to show for it tonight.
Yes, I mean, I really thank God for this great moment, this great opportunity to came through when the team needed. I mean, you have to really give a credit to the whole pitching staff. I mean, they keep battling, they keep getting out for us, and we keep pushing and pushing, and finally we did it.
You know, Robinson, I think all you can hope for, you had an opportunity with the bases loaded, and you didn't come through, and I'm sure you're saying to yourself, I hope I get one more shot at it, and you got your second chance at it, and you made the most of it that time.
Yes, I mean, that's why this game is the best game. I mean, they give you more opportunity. You have just to flip the page and keep doing your thing and keep battling. I mean, that's what I did. I flipped the page for the IV I struck out, and the IV I came through and I get a hit.
You sure did.
Yeah, and Robinson tonight too, pitching all around. Everybody that went out there for the Rangers tonight, just outstanding. It did a great job of shutting down the Houston team. And both you and JP and CB have to take a lot of pride in getting a pitching staff through a game like this.
Oh, yes. I mean, they did a pretty good job. I mean, that's what I say early. They keep battle, they keep pitching, making pitch, and giving us the opportunity to hit, and we win this game.
All right, Robinson, thanks very much. Go on and celebrate and enjoy it. Congratulations. Robinson Chirinos, the man who walked it off for the Rangers tonight, a 1-0 final in 12 innings. And, you know, the active win streak against any opponent, the Rangers extend that against the Astros. Their 12th in a row against the Houston Astros, racked up here tonight. So 1-0 the final in 12 innings for Tom Grieve, Jane Slater, our entire crew. This is Steve Busby saying so long from Globe Life Park. Join us tomorrow at 7 o'clock on Fox Sports Southwest as the series with the Astros continues. Coming up next, the TXA 21 postgame show with Bill Jones and Mark McLemore. Tonight's game was produced by Kurt Dykert, directed by Dave Burchett. Associate producers Kelly Donaldson and Eric Josephson. Thanks so much for watching the Texas Rangers on TXA 21.